Hello! I have hours to myself today, so we're gonna be reading more Higurashi. Hope everybody's been doing well, assuming anybody's lurking or whatever. But yeah, let's get started with this happy story where there's totally not a body in the dumpster. It would help if I did this. But yeah, we're moving to this spooky PNG because a murder has done happened. All right. Continue. End of chapter 5. Loaded. It had been a very hot day for the past few days, and the corpses went rotten quickly. Oh right, there were two of them. They got the uncle and his lover. Any housewife knows how fast fresh meat can go bad. I know it too. That's why the first thing I did was to dismember the corpses. There was only one reason why I needed to dismember them. I had to reduce them to a portable size in order to carry them to a place where they would never be found. When men see the words dismembered corpses, they'll probably feel disgusted, because they don't cook. But housewives are used to taking the guts out of fish, and they sometimes even see living maggots. True. They take out the maggots off the food, or even cook with it, the maggots still on. The heat will kill them off, after all. Women don't tell men what they do in the kitchen because men wouldn't eat the food if they knew. So it didn't really bother me much to dismember them. Okay, starting off strong here. I was released from all my problems by killing them. Cleaning up the mess was like nothing to me, because I got freedom and regained my happiness. I dismembered the corpses using carpenter's tools, like a saw and a hatchet. I'm wearing a black sweatsuit I bought for today because it might get stained with blood. Bloodstains don't show on black fabric, and I can just throw it away after it's done. I bought a plastic sheet I found in the dump, or brought a plastic sheet I found in the dump because I thought the blood might spread otherwise. If I didn't work on the sheet, I could just burn it after I was done. She is so smart. In the end, dismembering human bodies is no different than from preparing food on a chopping board. I mean, they're very different, but okay. This is fine. I was very tired from chopping apart two adult bodies, but I didn't have a problem with doing it, she says with a smile. I cut off their arms, legs, and heads, dividing each body into 6 pieces. I heard before that blades get easily ruined by fat when you cut apart a corpse, so I brought many kinds of tools. And I was right. I didn't have to go back and forth between here to my house to get another tool in the middle of work. A long time ago, the construction manager was murdered and his body was dismembered here during the damp conflict. He was cut into 6 pieces the same way. I had 2 bodies, so there was double that, though. I remembered the main suspect was still on the loose, and the victim's arm he hid hadn't been found yet. I wonder where he hid it. I'd like to ask him. I smiled wryly. Unlike the arms, legs, and heads, the torsos were difficult to take care of. I thought about cutting them into smaller pieces, but decided against it because I thought it'd be troublesome to clean up the guts. I put each piece in a black trash bag and sprayed on a lot of deodorant. I wasn't sure that would help against the smell, though. How many cans, Rana? How many cans of deodorant? Many bugs flew around me while I was dismembering the corpses, and after I finished putting all the pieces into each bag, the bugs were still flying around. But that was just because they could smell the blood. After I cleaned up everything, they were all gone. Now all I needed to do was get rid of these 12 black bags. Burning them would be easiest, but I don't think I could burn them to ashes without using a cremator. The best way is to bury them somewhere. Other than the torsos, every piece is small enough to fit in my backpack. Oof. I could easily carry them without being noticed. Unless your backpack started to reek. I could throw them into the river running through the damn construction site. But if I did that, somebody would find them for sure. I've seen on the news several times before that a bag with a body part in it is found beside a river. Every time I heard something like that, I always thought the murderer was stupid. Wow, how many times has this happened before? Yeesh. I thought about dumping them into the Onagafachi swamp, but rotten meat floats. I thought about weighing down the bags, but there's no guarantee they'd stay down. So that left me with no choice but to bury them. There are many unexplored mountains at the end of the abandoned districts around Yagauchi and Takatsudo. It's probably best to bury them somewhere in the mountains. While it would be safe to bury them here in the garbage dump too, it's not perfectly safe. And so, I'm going to bury all these bags somewhere deep inside of a mountain in order to completely erase the two of them. My joints hurt since I've been using muscles I don't normally use. Cleaned up the mess very carefully and got into my hideout while still wearing the sweatsuit. I lay down on the mattress. I washed my hands carefully, but there's still dirt and blood under my nails. I should take a shower later and wash it off completely. When I say things like disposing of corpses, it sounds like I'm the greatest evil of the century. But that's only true if I get caught. What I did isn't a crime as long as I don't get caught. Plus, I didn't do this because I wanted to commit a crime. I didn't do anything wrong. Hold on, let me do a little scootin'. A little scootin'. There we go. I didn't do anything wrong. I did this to protect my father's life and mine. Even if I'm in camp, father didn't need protecting necessarily. Father's an adult. He can figure things out. People might speak ill of me, but I don't care about them. In the end, I don't think anybody can really pass judgment on my sins. Except for maybe a court of law. Sins aren't something to pass judgment on. They're something to confess and to atone for. In other words, nobody can measure the weight of a sin other than the person who committed the crime. Press X to doubt. Do I regret what I did? Do I feel sorry? No. I don't think I did anything wrong. I truly believe there was no better way than killing them. I am sure it was the right thing, because my life had already started to change since the night I killed them. A few days earlier, I just came home after killing Tepe. My father was cleaning the room Tepe had trashed earlier. His eyes were swollen. He'd been crying. Reina, where have you been? I was talking with him. I said, Reina-san will never come out of our house again. Or will never come to our house again. So please, leave us alone. Therefore, he'll never come back. I don't think he'll stay away from us that easily. You should watch out for him for a while, too. It's hard to explain to him why Tepe would never come back. I can't tell him that he shouldn't worry because I killed him. I grabbed ice cubes from the freezer and put them in a plastic bag and handed it to my father. Here you go, Dad. Your cheeks are swollen. He must have only noticed it just then. Oh, thank you. Don't worry about cleaning up the mess. I'll do it. I'll get the vacuum cleaner. Reina. called out to me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's not your It's not your fault. Yes, it is. They make their living by deceiving people. You were just one of their targets. Reina, did you know who they were? Yes, I found out recently. I didn't tell you because I thought you wouldn't believe me. I'm sorry. He looked down. When he told me about how he wanted to get remarried, I told him that there were bad people and that they scammed others with badger games. But he didn't listen to me. So I was right in saying that he wouldn't have believed me at all. She took advantage of your pain. I'm a very bad father. Yes, you are! Then he started talking about how he met Rena as if he was trying to absolve his guilt. It was when he was suffering the most, and he needed to drink away his sorrow, which, was like, hi, I'm a neon sign of I'm a target. At the bar he happened to go to, Rena-san was the one who came to his table, because of course she did. It was her job to be a good listener when her customers talked. Rena must have really been a great listener and offered words of comfort when he talked about the divorce. If he was emotionally stable, he could have taken it as a kindness that she was only offering at the time. But he was so desperate that he took it the wrong way, which is a him problem. After that, the tragedy was inevitable. He wanted to believe that it was destiny, that he glamorized everything about her. It would be easy to laugh at him and say that he was just dreaming. But I don't blame him, because being weak is also part of being human. Okay, this is true. He had plenty of opportunities to grow suspicious of her questionable spending habits, but my father just read even that behavior as an attempt to cheer him up. Somehow. He bought everything she asked him to, and Rena had landed her catch. He shouldn't have brought his lover to the house where his daughter lived. But he was crazy about her, and he didn't even think about it. I'd forgotten that I was a father first. What was I thinking? He started crying. Okay, he's having some remorse. I will forgive him slightly. I held his shoulders gently. Hi, Phoenix! Good. How are you? Unless you're lurking. Hi, Phoenix! Good to see you! I held his shoulders gently. It's okay. You realized in the end, you're my father no matter what. You're the only family I have. Yay, hi! He couldn't stop moaning. We held each other and cried together. We're having a happy time in Hinamizawa today! The next day, my father got up early in the morning. He was already cooking breakfast when I got up. It is! I plan on going for a while today. And he told me, your father is going to get his act together from today onward. Okay, good. Dad, you should have used salad oil before you cooked them sunny side up. Eh? It's been a long time since I cooked. Nice. I hope you have just a nice, chill time with the rain. Yeah, our day is pretty sunny, actually. He pried off the burning eggs in the pan with the spatula, and he added salad oil to it. Oh, that's not gonna help anything. It was too late! Doing that just made it an even bigger mess. But I didn't say anything because I wanted to eat his eggs. I waited at the table quietly. He put the burned eggs on a plate and brought them over to me. Looked like he tried to salvage them by adding cheese, but it didn't really work. Still, it smelled good and crispy. It actually stimulated my appetite. Brr, 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 brr. The thick cut toast popped out of the toaster. I made coffee without extra milk and sugar because my father liked it sweet. We put everything on the table. It looked terrible, like the cooking class of an elementary school, but to me, it was precious because my father tried very hard to make it, wearing the apron. Great. It smells good. I hope it tastes as good as it smells. It might be better that you do the cooking. I feel bad making you eat this, but you tried. I'll take care of cooking when you take care of getting a job. Yeah, about that. Get a job. It had been taboo to talk about work in our house. He hadn't worked since the divorce, which is, another thing you can do to get your life together. It wasn't only because of the divorce, though. He just didn't have to work because the settlement my mother gave him was so huge. My guy. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a nice day, and I'll get farther in this game. And you're here, which is lovely, because I never know if people are in chat or if they're just listening to me narrate. Just having a good time. And I did get enough subs for a new emote, so we're getting a cherish ball emote, so that everybody can get cherished. But my father cleared his wrongdoings by showing repentance to me. Not fully, but we're getting there. And I also atoned for my sin of not doing anything about my mother by doing what I did the previous night, which, don't ask where the bodies are buried. Now we are free of sin. I'm going to try and find a job. I'm thinking about going to the Employment Service Agency today. And I appreciate that. A whole lot. Yeah, that's a great idea. It's not money that he wanted. Yeah, give him something to do. Just needed a normal lifestyle. I'm old and not very strong. I'm a bit worried if I can find a job at all. My guy, didn't you work in the fashion industry or something? What kind of job are you looking for? I prefer a desk job, but I don't think a lot of companies would offer one to an old man like me. I can ask my friend. Michan's the daughter of a big landowner in Hinamizawa, so she might be able to find you something. No, it's okay, I'll do it myself. I have to man up, For once. I don't remember the last time we enjoyed breakfast like this. I don't even remember the last time we had breakfast together. For the first time in a long time, the morning light felt refreshing. I wanted to keep enjoying life like this. But unfortunately, I had to go to school. I told him I'd skip school that day, and I wanted him to take me somewhere fun, but he tried to be a good father and said I had to go to school. Well, I have to go now. Okay, have a good day at school. Oh, yeah, that was an anonymous gift sub. Which, good, I'm glad. He followed me to the front door. Because, yeah, I love my emotes, and it always makes me happy when people use them. I was a bit embarrassed for some reason. He talked to me while I was tying my shoes. He followed me here not because he wanted to see me off, but because he wanted to tell me something. I've been sad ever since your mother divorced me. No kidding. Yeah, no, go for it. But I realized that I shouldn't be sad because I have you, Reina. I didn't have to feel sad at all. Yeah, no, your daughter stuck around for you. Dad, that's what being a family is about. Yes, you're right. It's, it's Higurashi no Naku Koro ni, and we are in arc 6 out of 8. And so basically, you start out as this kid who moved to the small town where things it's perfectly normal until the festival happens and some bodies start showing up. There's a semi-famous anime series based off of it. And I watched that first and was like, I really want to play the games if I'm able. And then Manga Gamer was like, oh yeah, we've got Higurashi. And I'm like, yes! Again, I'm not a good father because I had to learn something that simple and important from my own daughter. Uh, it's just called Higurashi. And there are 2 seasons. One is the question arcs, and then the second season is where we are in the answer arcs. Even though not all questions get answered. Well, I have to go now. Keiichi-kun is waiting for me. Yeah, I couldn't remember. But yeah, it's one of my favorites. Have a good day. Yeah, I would absolutely recommend playing the visual novels. Oh, Reina, I'm going to cook dinner tonight. Oh no, he's gonna try again, everyone. I'll do the grocery shopping on the way back from the employment service agency. Yeah, okay, you're trying. Look forward to it. I promise I won't fail like I did just now. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. See you tonight. I left the house. My father saw me off, still in the apron. It was the first step of our new life. I finally regained it. I finally regained everything we lost after we left Hinamizawa. My mother wasn't around, but I don't feel sad because I had my father. And this is when we're gonna get to the Watanagashi, surely. The cries of the cicadas sounded as if they were celebrating my new life. The sunshine was bright, and the wind was sending up a nice breeze. The only thing that wasn't nice was the ticking clock. I was late because I spent too much time talking with my father. Keiichi-kun might have already be gone. I don't think he'd be waiting for me that long. Oh, look, there he is! But he was there anyway! Yeah, what do you feel like? Hey, good morning. Good morning. Sorry I'm late. It's okay. I usually make you wait. So it's okay that I wait once in a while. Wahahaha. We're really going to be late. We should walk fast, I think. Yeah, let's walk fast. We might be able to run at the end. Michan might already be gone. She's waiting for sure. We're friends. We'd never leave each other behind, right? Anyway, did something good happen this morning? What? Why do you ask that? Well, you look very happy for some reason. I just thought maybe something good happened to you. Good mood I was in must have been too obvious for Keiichi-kun to ignore. I had not only my family, but my friends, too. Oh yeah, both of those sound good. I felt something warm spreading in my heart. Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you what happened this morning. My father made breakfast, but... What? Isn't that the right way to cook eggs? You use salad oil for making salads, don't you? What? I have to tell everyone you just said that. What did you say? Those rude remarks are unforgivable. Oh, we're fighting words. Fine, bring it. If you're saying that, then you're willing and ready to throw down, aren't you? Hey, what's going on? Stalko, Kei-chan, why don't you two place an outside bet in our club activities today? That'll be fun. Yes. Mi-chan, what's an outside bet? What is it? An outside bet means what it says. That Satoko and I would place a bet on each other outside of the game. Those who played worse than the others had to suffer the extra punishment besides the normal one. That means I get to see one of you suffer no matter who loses today. Oh, we're having such a good time. Hee. So what do you say, Satoko? That sounds like a wonderful idea to me. Keiichi-san will take the punishment for being the lowest ranked in the game, and another punishment for losing to me. Ah, how wonderful. Great, I like your spirit, Satoko. Alright, let's play today's game with that outside bet. It's more fun to think about punishments than to think about the game itself. It sure is. I can't wait to see how miserable Satoko's gonna look after she takes her punishment. Keep dreaming, Keiichi-san. Ouch! Take that. Stop it! Stop fighting, you two. The game hasn't even started yet. Chie-sensei opened the door and came in. Take your seats, everyone. Let's start homeroom and you can all go... Let's start homeroom and then you can all go home. Everybody headed to their seats. Mi-chan? What? I'm sorry to ruin the mood, but I have to go home after school. I saw. Will do. Hugs for you too. Yeah, Hazel's napping beside me, as per usual. And also, I didn't realize when you subscribed last time that you've been subscribed to me for 3 years. What? Thank you so much. I can't believe it's been that long. Yeah, that's for my little kitty cat. Oh, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Because I know, there are a lot of other streamers and stuff, so I appreciate that very much. I'm sorry to ruin the mood, but I have to go home after school. I have things to do again today. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry that you have to go. Are you busy with housework or something? Yep. Well, this old man has no right to stop you when it comes to housework. I don't do housework myself, our housekeepers do. You should help them sometime. It'll be good training for married life. Well, that's because you're also a sweetheart. And I don't mind when you're a bit of a goober. Yeah, I went with the we're going into the darker part of the story, so I went with the darker, Marshy was great and did different variations of the outfit just to be like, oh, we're getting into the spookier parts. Let's use it as kind of a warning, we're getting into the spookier parts. Don't worry about that. I already have the kind of skill, to be a good wife. Hehehe. Mii-chan looks like the kind of girl who tries to stay away from chores as much as possible, but she can actually do everything. That's just who she is. Thank you. She went through hard times to learn those things. But she acts like she learned them without any struggle. That's also who she is. Yeah, as I said in the very beginning, she buried two bodies at the beginning of this chapter. So, and we haven't even gotten to the festival where things also start to go wrong. Yeah, Marshy does a wonderful job with absolutely everything that she's ever done for me. So she's getting a little shout out. I adore her and I adore her work. I like that about her. What? Are you going home, Rena? Then you won't see Keiichi-san go to the teacher's office wearing an embarrassing uniform. What a shame! Indeed. It's going to be fun. Pity you have to miss it. Yeah, I'm sorry. You went home right after school for housework yesterday, too. Did something happen? Oh boy, did it! Yeah, kind of. It might take me a few more days. Well, then I guess you can't join us for a while. Maybe. I'll try to finish as soon as I can. Can we help you out with the thing you have to do? Is it something like carrying out old furniture? Let me know. I can help with that. Are you redecorating your house? This old man can bring lots of help for that. An idea. We can make a game out of helping her out with her housework. At this rate, the person who doesn't end up helping her will be the winner. Ha ha ha! Thank you guys. I really do appreciate it. Well, it seems like there's nothing we can do. Therefore, I announce Randy Ryugu's withdrawal from the front lines as of today. And I order you to take a rest till you finish doing your housework and to return to the front as soon as you've regained your strength. Well, there are mini games for 4. Oh, can you play Mahang, Kei-chan? Yeah. My dad sometimes forces me to play Mahang with him and friends from work. Ho Hon ho ho ho. Suddenly she's French for a minute. Of course we're good at Mahang as well. After that, they fooled around and made a lot of noise, just like they always did. I looked at them and reminded myself that I'd always have a place to return to if I left the classroom with a smile. I was going to Yaguchi on my bicycle. I had to find a place to bury the bags with the body parts. Yep, nope, we're still doing this. Hopefully I could finish burying them all today before it gets dark. With that, everything would be over and done with. I don't like that the black tiles are made of bamboo. Or the back tiles are made of bamboo. You guys haven't marked them, have you? I wouldn't be too sure. Keiichi-san, you sound traumatized by the experience you had with our card game. Probably because he was. Well, I think there are some scratches on them. They're cheap ones, you know. But it's more fun when there's an element of doubt, don't you think? Yeah, no, that is very much this game. Hee hee hee. How many reds do you want to use? 6? Rika-chan sounded professional and it scared me. Oh well. I should start by checking the tiles. Playing Mahjong with my family is different from playing with the club activity. I have to be cautious. It's possible that one tile is missing or there's one extra in particular tile in here. We don't do things like that. Still, that's interesting. I didn't think about that. Oh no, she has an idea. Let's see. Let's put them all face up on the table and check them before we start the game. Come on. Everybody flip the tiles face up. Hmm? One dragon is missing. One Lao Pin and one Lao So are missing too. I have no idea what this means, so we're gonna pretend like I know how to say this. Oh. One Lao Wan is missing also. What's going on? There are so many missing tiles. Oh, I remember. Hold on a second. Mian hit the palm of her hand with her fist, moved her chair aside, and stuck her finger into the gap on the floorboards. She then pulled out the tiles out of there. Oh, are they using it to fix like the floor? There you go. There's this dragon. I don't remember where I put the other 3. Wait, Mian? Why are there so many tiles hidden in the classroom? Yeah, ha ha ha. Well, hee 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 hee. She must have hidden the other 3 tiles somewhere in the classroom and forgot where. We couldn't play Mahjong with 3 tiles missing. I'm guessing? I suggested playing another game, but Mion insisted that we had to find them and suggested making that the treasure hunt our game. As long as I can make Keiichi-san suffer a punishment, I care little of what kind of game we play. But to be honest with you, I'd prefer to play something more interesting than that. I agree. Plus, you're not sure they're here in the classroom, right, Mion? No, they're here. Or maybe this old man might have put them in his pockets and left them in the washing machine. I don't remember. Mion! I recommend checking the total number of tiles after we play Mahjong with me next time. Everybody except Mion nodded in agreement. What? You don't want to play our classroom tile hunting game? In other words, cleaning up the mess Mion made so she could cheat. Do it yourself! Don't use our club activities for personal reasons. Fine, fine. So what do you want to do? We can't play Mahjong now. What are we playing then? Does anybody have any ideas? As our club president, Mion usually decides what we play. I couldn't just come up with something on the spot. You were all thinking Mion hit her palm on her fist, just like she did earlier. I got an idea. If you don't want to hunt for tiles, let's do a real treasure hunt. Oh boy! What names come to your mind when I say treasure hunting? Rena, right? You mean are we gonna go to the garbage dump at the damn construction site? I don't really go there often, but the place is large. I've heard that place is haunted by the ghost of the man who was murdered there. His body was cut into pieces. We shouldn't go near. Haha, a ghost? I like it. That's even better. I didn't know there was a rumor like that. Mion, how did you not know there was a rumor like that? You are lying through your teeth. I do know that somebody was murdered there, but the main suspect is still on the loose. He hit the arm of the victim and it hasn't been found yet, right? There's a rumor that the construction site manager, the victim of the dismemberment murder case, became a ghost, and he's wandering around the place to find his missing arm. Mika? You don't like ghosts? Don't tell me you're still scared of ghosts. I'm a shrine maiden. I can see them even if I don't want to. Wow, you can see ghosts? If I remember right, I've heard those who can see spirits see them as naturally as they do us. That's utterly ridiculous. I've been living with Rika for a long time. I've never seen anything like that. That's just because you can't see them, but I can. For example, when you're asleep on your bed, I always see... Eva! Rika! Why did you smile like that? What were you about to say? What do you see when I'm sleeping? Satoko, I feel sorry for you. You can pretend you're not scared of ghosts during the day, but I'm pretty sure you get scared of it when it gets dark. I'm gonna make a silent phone call tonight just to scare the hell out of her. Including myself, I don't think anybody really likes going there. Rena is the only one who does. If Rena finds a ghost when she's in her cute mode, she might take it home with her. That's so true. She'd say, "How? I'm taking you home with me." It's so easy to imagine that all of us laughed. Well, let's do it. Let's go treasure hunting. Let's totally not catch our friend in the act of burying a body. Or two. If you find a ghost, you win! You get a point if you find the victim's missing right arm. Oh boy, this is hard mode. Also, you get a point if you find, anything that Rena would like. Okay, that's actually kind of cute. We can show her what we found to Rena later, and we'll let her decide who's the winner. Oh ho ho! I can't wait to win the game and make Keiichi-san take a double punishment. Hey, Satoko, are you sure you want to win? That means you're going to see a ghost. Ooh. Stop it! You're getting on my nerves! I don't want to go there. I'm scared of ghosts too. What do you mean you're scared of ghosts too? What else are you referring to? I'm not scared at all. Hey, Keiichi-san, stop doing that. Let's go, everybody. Let's find the ghosts. And it'll be over with. Everything will be over and done with. Yes, it will be over when the Higurashi cry. Probably a halfway point. Yep. I'm gonna take a sip real fast. So that's it. Rena finished making her confession. Okay, so we're back from where we were in the prologue. There was no applause, no curtain call. It was quiet. It was a quiet and lonely stage that Rena performed on alone. I think I'd forgotten to blink since her confession started. Everybody else seemed to be feeling the same way. Rena looked at us, like she was a teacher waiting for questions from her students. We noticed that she was imitating what Chie-sensei does at the end of class. We all smiled bitterly. I went to Yaguchi earlier to find a place to bury these bags. It was hard to pick a place because I wanted to make sure that nobody would ever find them. Nice. I even thought about burying them in my backyard because that might be the safest. But after I thought about it, I knew that wouldn't work. Father might start planting vegetables one day, and he might find them as fertilizer. So it's better that I bury them somewhere in the mountains. Plus, I don't want to let her near my father, even though she's dead. Not even your corpse can be close to him. Okay. I felt like I did something very bad. Rena's plan was going smoothly. If only I'd hunted for the mahang tiles instead of insisting on doing something else, this wouldn't have happened. When I looked at the others, they all seemed to be regretting their actions too. If Mian hadn't come up with the idea to play at the garbage dump. If Satoko hadn't found the broken refrigerator. Oh. If Rika-chan hadn't convinced us not to go, which is probably why she convinced them, or tried to convince them not to go. Cause, did Satoko accidentally find her uncle's body in the fridge? Rana could have had a few more days, and she could have gotten rid of those trash bags. They never would have been found. Then what would have happened next? Nothing. Everything would have remained the same. We could have kept having happy, peaceful days. For, like, a day? 2? When's the Watnagashi again? Anna had been through a hard time, but she'd been forcing her face into a smile for us. The fake smile was supposed to become a real smile one day. None of us were supposed to notice that Rena was going through a hard time. After a while, Rena was supposed to be able to forget the bitter memory of killing these two, and she was supposed to live as if nothing happened. What's guilt? But now, all of her effort, all of her courage, had been ruined. I know killing people is a bad thing to do. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do it again in the future. Or I don't want to do it again in the future. But I believe this was the best solution, and I also believe I didn't do anything wrong. I just applied my utmost effort when God presented me with the equal opportunity to regain my happy, peaceful life. Saying we should accept suffering and live an immaterial life without desire is nothing more than pretty words from those who have plenty. Nobody can belittle my efforts. Rather, they should praise me for what I did. They should celebrate for me. Rena Ryugu fought her own fate. And she won. I don't know why I did it, but I interrupted her. I shouldn't have, but I thought I needed to tell her this, so I did. But Rena, why didn't you tell us? What do you mean? We're friends, aren't we? Friends are always on your side without exception, no matter what. I thought friends were like family. If you told us about it, we could have helped you. Then you wouldn't have had to get your hands dirty. What Rena told us made me feel sad. I couldn't help myself from saying that to her. Rena told us straight that she did her best, that she did the best she could. She told us that right to our faces. That's the same thing as saying that she didn't need us. In order to do the best she could. Kei-chan, you can say that now, but... Wait, let me finish. I believe that friends are there to share both happiness and hardship. If you can come to talk to us, I believe we could have done something different and we could have led you to a better future. A better future? There's no better future than what I have right now. This is the best possible future. That's a lie. My shot seemed to scare her a little. I knew that Rena didn't believe that this was the best possible future. She didn't have any other choice. If she had other choices, she definitely wouldn't have chosen this one. I know you don't believe that because you're crying. What? Who's crying? Me? I'm not crying. Yes, you are. You've been crying the whole time. Haven't you noticed it? In fact, I didn't see any tears in her eyes or on her face at all. But that didn't mean she wasn't crying. Rena was crying. She was crying because she was driven into a corner after all that hard work she did to become happy. Her tears looked so sad. Anyone who couldn't see those tears wasn't really thinking about her. I'm not crying. I won't cry. I did the right thing. I made the right choice. There's no reason for me to cry. That's ridiculous! I have no idea what you're talking about, Keiichi. I know it. You're crying right now! In your soul or something. Rina stopped laughing all of a sudden, and she spoke with a cold expression on her face. Okay. Let's say I did what you told me. I told you all about my father and the woman. Then what? Well, then what? Rina had never talked to me like this before. It was as if she was mocking my ignorance, and that made me shut my mouth. You don't know what happened last year? Last year? Yeah, last year. It happened in June of 1982. There was someone who had no choice but to kill a person to free himself from his misfortune. Satoko gasped. Keiichi-kun, I don't think you know much about him. About Satoshi Hojo-kun? I know that he's Satoko's older brother. He's been missing, but people say he transferred. There's a rumor that he killed his aunt for Satoko's sake. Therefore, it's been taboo to talk about Satoshi in my class. Actually, in all of Hinamizawa. Satoshi-kun was under the same conditions as I was. He just wanted to have happy and peaceful days. He just wanted to live peacefully and quietly with his sister. You heard about what kind of person Satoko-chan's aunt was, haven't you? If what I've heard is true, this is what happened. After Satoko lost her parents, her uncle and aunt got custody of her and her brother. But they were miserable people. We met the uncle, and he is in fact a miserable person. Her aunt was especially cruel to Satoko. Satoshi was the kind of guy who wouldn't even hurt a fly. But his aunt probably was the only one whom he didn't have a problem killing. That's how terrible a person she was. Everybody in Hinamizawa knew about the trouble the Hojo family had. Everybody knew that their aunt was a hysterical and crazy person and that she bullied Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan. Everybody knew everything. Everybody in our class knew it too. Mi-chan, the future head of the three families, knew it. Rika-chan knew it. And Satoko-chan knew it too, of course, because she was the one experiencing it. The friends you're talking about knew what Satoshi-kun was going through more than anybody in Hinamizawa. And what happened? Did anybody help Satoshi-kun? No, nobody did. Mi-chan had the most influence out of all of us, but she made up a lame excuse saying that she might create a conflict between the Sonozaki family and the villagers. In the end, all she did was hurting him by offering her sympathy. That's not true. Yes, it is! Oh. Satoshi-kun knew it too. He knew that you were only pretending to sympathize with him. He knew that you had no intention of helping him. That's why Satoshi-kun started to hate you, Mi-chan. He said you always told him you were his friend, but after all of that, you turned out to be just another Sonozaki, just another person who bullied the Hojo family. I didn't mean to. You didn't do anything to help him. You rejected his request for help by sympathizing with him. Do you have any idea how much that hurt? Mion tried to find something to say, but failed to do so. She bit her lip instead. Rika-chan, you were the same too. Dots. Now Rona was pointing the finger at Rika-chan. Unlike Mion, Rika looked emotionless and empty, just like Rana did. Rika-chan, you don't have the kind of power in Hinamizawa that Mi-chan does. But your word carries a lot of weight with the old people who come to your shrine, don't they? There was something you could have done for him, but you didn't. Rika-chan, you did exactly the same thing as Mi-chan did. You just pretended to be his friend. All you did was sympathize with him and Satoko-chan. You didn't try to help them out of their trouble they were in. Can you imagine how cruel and merciless your sympathy was to them? Satoshi-kun wanted help. He wanted somebody to help him. He was at a dead end and he couldn't get out of there by himself. He was sinking all the way down to it in the neck of a swamp, reaching for help, waiting for somebody to grab his hand. You're right. Rika-chan's voice sounded mature. It was very different from how she usually sounded. I didn't know how to save them. All I could do was offer them some consolation. I'm not going to deny it, nor am I going to make excuses for my sin of not trying hard enough to find a way to save them. I didn't know you knew. Rena gave a twisted smile. That ugliness caused me to look away. And Satoko-chan? I don't know if you'll believe me when I say this, but you're weighted down with sin too, which, if we remember last arc, she absolutely knows. I didn't understand why she was blaming Satoko. I tried to take her side, but gasped in surprise when I looked at her. She looked like she was accepting the sin that Rena had mentioned. Satoko must have wanted to confess her sin before. Rena pointed it out to her. And so Satoko opened up her mouth first. I don't know if you'll believe me when I tell you this either, but I realized it on my own. I know what my sin is. I see. I realized it on the night Nini disappeared. I wish I'd realized it while he was still there. I understand how you feel. In that sense, as it was too late for regrets, right? I feel the same way. It happened to me before. That's why I fought this time. Satoko-chan, I'm sure you can atone for your guilt in the future. Because you realized when you did. But that won't bring Nini back. He's not coming back. Satoko looked down sadly. Usually Satoko would say the opposite. She always said that Satoshi was coming back, one day without a doubt. But now she accepted the fact that he would never return. She accepted it easily, as if she knew already, because he's her brother. Do you understand now? She asked me all of a sudden. That's how they were in 1982. Satoshi-kun talked to everybody he thought could help him. He told them that he needed help. He told them what he was going through. He consulted with them. He even came to me, even though I had just moved in at the time. I didn't think it was embarrassing or shameful that he did that. People get desperate when they're unhappy. Satoshi-kun tried very hard. But he couldn't do anything about the situation. He asked for help. He kept asking for help. You said that friends are always on your side no matter what. But this is what friends really are. They're actually just people you hang around with for fun. They don't help you when you need them. Friends are always like that. That's why I decided not to tell anybody when I found out I was in the same situation as Satoshi-kun. I knew that nobody would help me and nobody could. I didn't need sympathy. It only makes me feel worse. It's better that at least I have fun at school. In fact, I did have fun at school. I was very happy. I was able to forget about the troubles I was in with that woman, even only for a short amount of time at school. I wish Satoshi-kun could have done that too. If he did, he wouldn't have had to feel constantly hopeless, and he could have at least enjoyed his time at school. He didn't have any other choice than beating his aunt to death anyway, which we discussed he absolutely did. I didn't know how to help him at the time because I just moved here. All I could do was listen to him and try to make him feel better. But there might have been something more I could have done. I might have been lazy thinking about what I could do. But at the time, in 1982, I thought I was his friend. Okay, yep, okay. Oh, yep, nope, we're crying. Oh, no, we broke her. Rena's self-derisive laughter changed into grievous sobs. Her tears gradually wore at our relationship of trust. Nobody will help me. Friends are just people whom you have fun with. You can't trust them. The more Rena cried, the clearer we heard her voice in her heart. Mion, Satoko, and Rika-chan looked into the distance with sad expressions on their faces. I was the only one who could say anything back to her now. I had to tell her this. And she knew it, too. She just needed to hear it from someone. I braced myself to tell her something that might hurt everybody. I understand, Rena. I understand what happened in 1982. Eh? I understand that they were heartless. But Satoko also told you this. They realized their sins. They regretted what they did and didn't do. So it should be different this time. They can understand your pain, and they can help you. You weren't here last year. I'm afraid you don't know what you're talking about. That's right. I wasn't here last year. I wish I were. If I was here last year, I would have fought for Satoshi. He probably would have. You're lying. I'm not lying. I've learned how important friends are since I moved to Hinamizawa. I'll fight for my friends. If I was here last year and knew what Satoko's aunt did to her and Satoshi, I wouldn't have given Satoshi the opportunity to beat her to death. I would have done it myself. He would have thrown these hands. I would have done it in 1,500 seconds. I wouldn't have even hesitated. I would have beaten her to death with a metal bat. Oh, how fortuitous. That's easy for you to say, but you don't know the kind of determination you need to kill another person. I don't know that, and I don't need to know that either. You know why? Because it's an obligation to help your friends. You don't understand, Keiichi-kun. You don't know how disgusting it is to kill a person. You can never get rid of the dirt on your hands, no matter how hard you try to justify it. You're right. Killing a person in order to save your friends is such a short-sighted way of thinking. It might sound like I'm contradicting myself, but I think things aren't meant to go well when you take care of an evil matter by doing an evil deed. I'm proud of my conviction that I won't hesitate to kill a person for the sake of my friends. But the peace I get by doing an evil deed won't last forever. We all know that by instinct. That's why we all despise evil things, I think. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. She didn't have to tell me that. I was aware I wasn't making any sense. But, for some reason, I could easily imagine a world like that. A world in which I save my precious friends by committing an evil act. Act for anyone? The peace I seized by doing that evil deed didn't last long. It got worse. It only ended in a way as terrible as the sin I committed. This was the memory that shouldn't exist. Oh. Oh. I don't know why, but I know for a fact it happened. In that world of possibility. Oh, really? Are you having memories of Arc 4? What you did for Satoko? I'm sorry. I didn't know what I'm talking about. For some weird reason, I couldn't prevent myself from smiling in embarrassment, even in a situation like this. But you know it too, don't you, Rena? You know that you don't want to get your hands dirty. You're crying because you wanted us to help you, but we didn't. You didn't want to be a murderer. You're lying when you claim that that was the best choice you could have made. That's why you've been crying. That's not true! That's not true, that's not true, that's not true, that's not true! You know better than anybody that it's not true. You've been regretting it from the beginning. Even if you were able to hide the corpse without getting caught, you could have never washed the blood off your hands. How are you going to fool yourself into believing that you have to live the rest of your life bearing the burden of your sin? There's no way you could do that. You have to believe that this was the only choice. That means you have to live your life denying your friends, and denying that your friends are worth asking for help. And now we've reached the thesis statement! Are we worth nothing to you, Rena? Of course not. You always believed that friends exist to help each other. Your friends were immature last year. That's why they couldn't help Satoshi from his unfortunate fate. But people grow up. We don't make the same mistakes twice. We don't want to regret the same thing twice. So, believe me. We're your friends. We're on your side. So what you're saying is that I was immature too, right? Yeah, I am. You were immature because you couldn't believe that your friends grew up. But I'm not going to blame you for that. We didn't notice until today that you'd been going through such a hard time all alone, 'cause you didn't say anything. People can communicate their feelings only by talking to others. Thank you, Keiichi. So there was nothing we could do, because we didn't talk. In that sense, it's hard to say it, but we have to admit that this was meant to happen today in order to make your choice the best one, for real. We finally talked out our feelings. We now know that you've been distrusting your friends since last year, and that everybody regretted both what they did and didn't do. So now, we finally became true friends! Friendship level up! Finally, but it's too late. We only noticed our sins after it's too late. That's not necessarily true. For example, as your friend, I can understand the things you've done. You've done this time. What do you mean by that? I understand that depriving people of their lives is an unforgivable crime, but also understand that my friend Rena had no other choice but to do this. So I don't think you're filthy. I'm not scared of you. If something like that happens again, we should talk and think about what we can do together. But this has already happened, and I understand that. When I say I understand, I mean I forgive you. I don't hate you for what you did. I said that to everybody this time. I said that to all my friends. I accepted what Rana did. I accept that she had no choice other than to do this, and that this was her last resort after thinking through many times. So, I'm going to side with her. Kei-chan. Of course she killed them for the money or some other stupid reason I'd drag her to the police. But that wasn't why Rana did this. She couldn't run away, and she thought before she came to this point. She thought through it, but if she's guilty of anything, it's guilt for not talking to us beforehand. Will do. Thank you, Liv. This is getting intense. I forgive her for that, too. Yes, sippy time. Forgive her for coming to this point. Keiichi. So, I beg of you all, please forgive me for not noticing Rena's situation and for letting her go through it alone. My sin is that I allowed a day like today to come to pass. Yeah, you are correct. Walls of text and emotions. Keiichi-san. We're the only ones who know about these bags. If we keep it to ourselves, everything will be fine. Rana doesn't have to worry about a thing. Let's hide them somewhere like she planned. We'll cleanse ourselves with salt later, and that's it. Let's forgive each other for our sins, and then we'll regain our happy and peaceful days. This is it, right? Rena, this is the future you chose, right? It's the best possible choice, right? Yeah, Kiichi-kun. I jumped from the hood of the abandoned car, and Rana was standing on, and I reached for her hand. Admit it. This is the world you wanted. This is the choice you wanted to make. But this is something that you can't choose by yourself. All of us have to reach for each other's hands so that Rena can make the choice. In other words, I can't make it happen by myself. I need everybody to reach for each other's hands. So Rena, you need to do it too. When all of us hold hands together, that's when you can go to the world that exists beyond the choice you made. Keiichi-kun, I appreciate it. If you really mean it, but, I'm not sure that's what everybody else wants. A little hand touched mine. It was Rika-chan. Rika-chan. Rena, you aren't filthy. You didn't give up. You seized your fate even though you had to dirty your hands to do it. I have no reason not to accept you. Rika-chan's small hand was strong, and she spoke eloquently. I know how comfortable it feels to be stained by disappointments at everything in this world. After getting lost in a maze of misfortune. We'll get to that! That's why I can understand how strong you are and how hard you fought alone without giving up. I'm proud of having you in my life. I agree with Keiichi. I forgive you for your sin. So please forgive me for mine too. Rika-chan. I'm just a little girl without any power, but I could have fought. I'll not give up on my fate. I'll fight like you did. So I ask you to accept me as your friend. Rika-chan usually acts childish, but now she was like a totally different person. She meant every word she was saying. And then another little hand reached out to ours. Stoko. Stoko put her hand over mine and Rika-chan's. She didn't say anything, looking down for a while. Rika-chan urged her to speak. Rika and I lost both our parents. We never cried about it. However, because we have you, a family, made of friends, I want us to continue to be a family for you. It's natural to get it all out and confess everything to your family because, well, they're your family. So I think today is a great opportunity for us. I appreciate that we had a chance to forgive each other for our sins. A family made of friends. Satoko, I like that. I forgive you for your sin, Rena-san. Please forgive me for mine, too. Big Hand reached out for ours. It was Mion's. I always thought it was my job as the leader of this club to talk about the importance of friends, so I guess I'm not that good of a leader after all, huh? Mion. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of you. Mion still smiled and stretched her hand. Rena, I'm ashamed of myself as your friend, and as the club president for not being able to notice what you've been through. I'd like you to forgive me for that. Of course, I also forgive you for not telling us about it. You couldn't tell me because I wasn't good enough for you. I thought I was trying to be a good leader for you, but I guess I wasn't doing my job. It's my fault, so I forgive you for your sin, Rena. Rena! Now you have all our hands. We're all ready for you. It's your turn. Reach out for us. Come to us. This is the world you wanted. You have all of our hands right here for you to reach. So don't hesitate. I'm a murderer. I'll get you guys into trouble. Rena, we are... Rika-chan, you don't need to say anything. We're all reaching for your hand. What else do we need to say or prove? Rena, you don't need to say anything. All you need to do is reach out for us. Come on, Rena. This is real. It's not too late. You still have choices you can make. So choose. You can still make it. Come on. It's not too late to start over again. Rena slowly reached out, and her hand touched ours. She didn't hold our hands. All she needed to do was touch our hands to show us her will. Rena chose to live, to share her life with her friends, rather than refuse them and for the rest of her life. I took a step closer to her and firmly grabbed her wrist. It was getting dark, and some stars started to appear in the sky. We all forgave each other for our sins for the first time. And it was a little embarrassing, but Rena's tears made us all cry, and we just kept crying together. We stood in a circle, holding each other by the shoulder, putting our heads together in the middle. We are a family made of friends. We forgave each other. And we are happy. There's a memory in the back of my mind, but it's not supposed to exist. I tried to save one of my friends in that world. In order to do that, I rejected all my other friends. I acted recklessly, alone. And I brought about the end of the world. Yeah, that was definitely a whoopsie doodle. The situation we had here in the same was as the incident in that faraway world, in the sense that the people have often deprived their lives in order to save a friend of mine. But other than that, it was different. We have Rena, Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan, and myself. Nobody was missing. Well, one person's missing, but we'll get to her. We are going to regain them. We are going to regain those happy and peaceful days. The road going there might be a little rough, but we'll walk it together. We all will. We went to the place in the mountains of Yaguchi, and Rena had picked up for bearing the bags. Carrying corpses is a scary thing to do, but it made us united more strongly because of that. We are all going down. Since each part of the corpse was in a separate plastic trash bag, we can tell what's inside each bag by touching it. First, we forced ourselves to laugh whenever we had to touch the bodies because we were scared, but after a while we got used to it to the point where we could make jokes about it. Just don't tell Satoko that her uncle's in there. Or who knows, maybe she's happy that her uncle's in there. Of course, all of that was probably a bluff. But we all tried our best. Mion somehow had detailed knowledge about how to hide corpses, and she told me to dig a hole deeper. Rika-chan helped carry the bags. Satoko used her talents for setting traps to perfectly camouflage the place where we buried the bags. Me? I was in charge of digging the hole. Rana dug it earlier, but I made it a little deeper. After we finished all that, we walked back to the place where we had parked our bicycles, and we looked back at the place where we buried the bags. It was completely unnoticeable. We'd never be able to find the place again once we left for home. That's how perfect it looked. Great! Thank you all for your hard work. We're done here. It's time to go home. Mion said it cheerfully as if we finished our club activities or something. That totally was our club activity for the day. We had no more bags to carry, and we no longer had any burden to carry either. We got on our bicycles, but Rana was still standing there, looking into the distance. Hey, Rana? What? I'm sorry. I think I caught a cold or something. I feel feverish and dizzy. That's stress, sweetie. Uh-huh. Rena's face looked slightly red. Mion touched Rena's forehead. It actually was a little warm. She had a tough day today. She had gone through so many things. She had to find a place to hide the corpses. She had to dig a hole. We caught her with the Bex. We talked about our feelings. And we forgave each other. She must have been exhausted after a day like that. Rena, you should rest well when we get home. Yes, thank you. I will. Rena, we forgave each other for everything. So don't blame yourself anymore, okay? You were right about me. What do you mean? I couldn't fool myself. No matter how hard I tried to justify what I did, I was still scared. Look at me, I'm still shaky, even with the help I got from you. If only you hadn't found me with the corpses. If I'd taken care of this alone, I wouldn't have been able to bear this burden. I'm pretty sure I would have been crushed from the pressure. She said all this with a bitter smile. It might take her a long time to heal from the pain, but it must be 100 times shorter than the time it would have taken if she did this all alone. Rena's home was the closest from here. Rena went her way, and the 4 of us were left behind. Mion made a suggestion. I think we should just forget about today. What do you think? I agree. I think that would be best for Rena-san, too. Rena is a strong girl. If we act like nothing happened, she'll act that way, too. If you keep acting for long enough, it becomes real, right? Well, we'll be able to forget by not talking about it. Our goal is to forget about it completely. I think we'll keep wondering whether or not the day of reckoning will come for the rest of our lives. You're probably correct. It's not going to be so easy to simply let it go. Even if I can't forget about it for the rest of my life, that's fine by me. The most important thing is to keep it in my heart forever. The most important thing is that we don't make her think about it. We nodded in agreement just as my house came into view. Well, this is goodbye. See you at school. Just like always. Just like always. I will set a perfect trap for you, just like always. Goodbye, Kei-chan. After I parted with them, I still felt hot. And dizzy. It felt really weird. I was even staggering to the front door. I felt as if I was floating in air. Like I took some very strong cold medicine. Today, something very shocking. Something that made me super happy and very embarrassing happened to me. I felt as if my heart and mind were about to explode because they were filled to the brim with both happiness and sadness. I don't know whether I made a crucial mistake today, or if it's the happiest day of my life. I don't know which it is, and all I could do was stare blankly into space. I felt frustrated, too. Even though they were my friends, I was caught in the act of abandoning the corpses. But at the same time, I felt relieved that my reliable friends accepted what I did. Those emotions were all mixed up in my heart, and they were equally strong, making it difficult for me to decide what I was feeling. I was losing my sense of balance. It was like the world was warping around me. I heard sounds as if I was in the shower. Everything left me with a feeling of unreality. When those emotions were about to make me lose control, I felt heat on my wrist. The part where Keiichi-kun grabbed me earlier started throbbing. My feelings weren't cooperating with me, but the heat on my wrist calmed them down for me. I don't know how to express what I felt when my friends and I held shoulders together in a circle earlier, but the feeling was the only thing I knew to be real. I'm home. Huh? As soon as I opened the front door, I smelled it. It smelled really good. My father isn't good at cooking, but he likes trying to cook creative dishes. I remember he used to cook something very challenging whenever he was in a good mood. So the smell was a sign that he felt that way. This is why I always liked this smell. The reason he's in a good mood is because he found a job. And not just any job, he found a job with a company created by friends from his old workplace. They remembered my father and promised to hire him. He told me that some of his other colleagues from the old company were also working there. It must be very encouraging for him to work with people he knows because he hasn't worked for a long time. The dinner looked great in contrast to how it tasted. It was a dinner to celebrate his new life, to show his determination to regain the bond with his daughter and to make a clean start. I talked about a lot of things with my father that night. It had been a long time since the last time I talked with him like this. I don't remember when it was, but it reminded me of the days when I was still happy. Which meant that I'd finally returned to that time. My father still believes that Teppei is coming back one day, so he's still very cautious about locking the doors and windows, and he gets scared every time someone rings the doorbell. I told him so many times that they'd never come back, but I couldn't convince him because I couldn't tell him the reason why they wouldn't. He'll eventually realize that he's free. I'm sure it won't take too long. My heart was full of many, many emotions that day. If emotions could actually burst a heart open, it might happen to me. My brain must have been overworked because so many things happened at once. My head was still fuzzy, but I managed to crawl into bed. Felt like the ground was moving. I totally lost my sense of reality. I remember that once I felt like this when I got the flu. I might have a high fever tomorrow. But I don't care. I don't care if I get sick tomorrow. I just wanted to enjoy the fact that I took a step towards the future of my decision. Keiichi-kun told me something like that today. The high fever and the dizziness made me feel frustrated for some reason. But whenever I felt frustrated, I felt the heat on my wrist, too. I grabbed my wrist with my left hand tightly. It made the frustration go away and brought me relief. Even the dizziness I didn't like just before made me feel like a worn-down was like in a down-filled futon. Blah, 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 words. I was falling asleep in that down-filled futon on my first night of the new world. The dizziness didn't go away for a few days, but I did gradually get used to it. This new world looked like the world I used to live in before. But the sunshine was a little brighter, and Keiichi-kun's smile looked a little bit more gentle than before. We made more noise than we used to. We spent every day slowly, but in high spirits. Oh, what an idiot I am. I underestimated that dizziness, and I caught a summer cold in June. I wanted to get better as soon as possible. I should have taken a day off from club activities, but I forced myself to play with them every day, and that made it hard for me to get better. I finally learned my lesson recently. I don't need to feel frustrated. There's no limit to happiness in this world. As long as we keep wishing for it, it'll continue forever. I don't need to feel frustrated anymore, because tomorrow, I will have the happiness I have today. We'll have the Watanagashi Festival next Sunday. Oh no! Michan tells us that we have a lot of fun, that we'll go extra crazy. I really can't wait. Ugh, that was a long chapter. Notice from the Forestry Service. Oh no, TM. New tips. It's still June, yet the air is filled with the cries of the cicadas. How's everyone in Hinamizawa doing? The What Nagashi Festival is coming just around the corner. We staff members from the Forestry Service are going to perform a wood sculpting demonstration at the festival. We'll be happy to lend out our tools and teach you kids how to sculpt wood themselves. It'll be an excellent memorial gift. Also, we would like to inform everyone that they're going to cut down the trees in the location of this summer as part of the Badeba Forest Landscape Management Project. This project involves preserving the beauty of the forest by cutting down the old trees and planting new ones. The Forestry Service needs volunteers who are interested in helping cut down the old trees. You can enjoy the beauty of nature under the blue sky while helping out with this preservation activity. The project will begin during summer break, so you can bring your kids too. Have your kids handle axes! This will be a good opportunity for your kids to learn about nature and have a valuable experience. The location of the projects are the forest in Takatsudo and Yagochi areas. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Alright. Let's continue. But first, I'm gonna sip again. When I go down for coffee, I will absolutely refill my water bottle. I've still got about half of it left, so I'm not worried. Welcome! Would you like a hot dog? Our shaved ice is the best you've ever tasted. You can have it with strawberry syrup, melon syrup, or Hawaiian blue syrup. Try our takoyaki roulette. The winner's packed with a ton of mustard. There are a great many booths at this year's What Nagashi Festival. Anything can become a festival if there are vendors selling food and music for bond dances, I thought. It's still June, but it had been extremely hot in the past few days. Almost as if it's already summer. When you have a June festival with a bond dance, music under this kind of weather, the only thing that's missing is to make the perfect summer festival is fireworks. This is Kumagai. Leishi-san, can you hear me? Over. I heard a voice coming from my portable radio. With this earphone, it looks a little like I'm secretly listening to the horse races while I'm duty. This is Oishi. I can hear you loud and clear. The town councils gave us a lot of food. We have Odin, yakisoba, pork belly stew, and some barley tea. Yeah, haha. Do you mean the barley tea we can drink on duty? Or the one we can't drink on duty? Well... If it's a canned drink, I'll take it. If it's in a cup, don't worry about it. Roger that. And all the members of the town council are here to say hi. We have the mayor and the head of the Sonozaki family, too. What? That old bag Oru is there? Can you tell her I'm patrolling right now and don't know when I'll be back? Well, I don't think I can do that for you, sir. She knows you have a portable radio, and she told me to call you and bring you back here. She looks really mad. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a stroke that kills her. Roger that. Tell her with extreme courtesy that I'll be back soon. Please. Oh, well, I guess I have to go back. And mingle with the locals. All of a sudden, a group of kids came running towards me from behind. After a quick look at them, I noticed that there was the granddaughter of the old bag and her friends. They occupied a corner of the shooting gallery stall, making a lot of noise. Mion Sonozaki. When acting her age, she's cute. She's a cute, normal girl. But do I ever hate it when she acts like a member of the Sonozaki family. She'll be the boss of Okonomiya Yakuza territory in 10 or 20 years. Just wait and see. Now, while I was thinking of things like that, I noticed that Mian wasn't the only one taking leadership of her group in this time. It was a boy. That boy, I know him. He just moved here recently. The boy from the Mayabara mansion. Keiichi Mayabara-kun, wasn't it? I heard that the Mayabara family's from the city and they're supposedly very rich, too. Well, I mean, somewhat rich. His dad is a successful artist, but not, like, that successful. But he doesn't flaunt his family's wealth, and he has a good reputation because of that. Even though he just moved here, he's already adjusting to his new school, and is popular with his classmates, too. Everyone in the village seems to like him as well. Yes, arting is hard. He's very interesting to watch, as a person of many moods. Which is part of the reason why he's a fun, main character for at least the first half of the series. You can tell he has a personality and thoughts and feelings. Boys of his age sure have a lot of energy. To be young again. Hey, you're up next, Rena. You're lucky it's your turn. Rena, are you okay? Are you feeling sick? I'm sorry. I guess I have to pass on taking a shot. Okay, you should take a break for a bit. So, that would make it my turn, no? Victory shall be mine! It looked like one of the four of them was having... It looked like only the four of them were having a good time. The girl called Rana seemed outside of that circle of smiles. Her name is Rana Ryugu. What was her real name? I couldn't remember, but I could check when I get back to the station. Rena is only a nickname. I believe she moved here a year before Mayabara-kun did. Her mother divorced her father or something like that. She's a strong girl who does all the housework by herself. She's a very modest girl, I'm told, which is rare in this era. Unlike Mayabara-kun, it seems like she hasn't really opened up to her friends just yet. It had looked like a group of 5, but there's a distance between her and the others. It's a little sad, you know? Mayabara-kun has become part of the village, but Rena is still by herself. Well, that's just how it looks to me. Oishi-san, the chief, and the section manager are here too. Please come back as soon as possible. Roger that. I can't believe the chief came in all the way just to say hi to the locals. I guess he's very dedicated to community service, eh? This is Tatsugi. Oishi-san, can you hear me? Do you copy? Over. Yes, I hear you. I'm on my way back right now. I'll be there in a minute. If I don't hurry up, even the chief might end up calling me. I ran back to the headquarters tent. You can run? Up. Oh, Tomitake. Time for you to die again, Tomitake. I'm sorry, my guy. Oishi-san, Dr. Irie is here. Oh, thank you so much for coming. So, what do you think, Dr. Irie? Aside from needing to go jump in a lake, Oishi entered the cordoned off area. Thank you, Sol. In there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the corpse from various angles. Ray was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tomitake. Oh no, he died already! He was alive for 2 seconds! When he stood up, he looked pale. I can't believe it. I know, I can't believe it either. Really, it really was death speedrun. I thought for sure there'd be a bit more buildup, but it's like we see him for a hot second, and now he's fallen over dead. As far as I see. Ah, yes, this detail. He clawed out his own throat. With his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to go. Most likely it was the cause of some drug or something. Are you saying that he was a drug addict? Who knows? I guess it's going to be my job to find out. Oishi-san. What's with this 2x4? Maybe he was swinging it around? Then he threw it away? And had more fun clawing at his throat, I guess? Oof. Why was he swinging a piece of lumber around? He probably did it in self-defense. Did you notice there's several external injuries on his body? Yes, I can see some bruises. The easiest explanation I can think of is that he was attacked by someone on his way home to Okonomiya from the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy, and died. I've never heard of any drug that can make people claw at their own throats. I'm not a specialist, but maybe drug addicts injure themselves when they're in a terminal condition. Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san? We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tomitake about 100 meters from here. Oh, that's great. Thanks for the find. Yeah, no, we are speedrunning this. Any other clues? Not yet. They're investigating it right now. So that means this place where the bicycle was found is most likely the place where he was attacked. And then he ran away from the suspect and ended up here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Irie was looking at the miserable corpse of Tomitake and kept saying the same thing over and over. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Doctor, it happened, so it was possible, okay? Try to think flexibly. Although, I get that you don't really see something like this every day despite being a doctor. Anyway, thanks for your cooperation. You can go home now. We called you here for emergency medical care, but it looks like it was a waste of a trip. Sorry. Oishi stuck his head out of the blue tent and asked, "Can anybody give him a ride home?" Yuri gasped all of a sudden as he turned to Oishi. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, your nurse? I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Irie and make someone at the station call her house. Understood. Can I have the number? Yes, here it is. Kumagai got the phone number from Irie, repeated it back, and then dashed away from the blue tarp. Doctor, Takano-san and Tomitake-san were close friends, right? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No. Not even once. They were very close. Well, I hope she's okay. In the worst case, she could be dead, or she could be the culprit. See, nurses have access to dangerous drugs. We don't have anything like that in my clinic. Even if we did, we'd be extra careful with them. There's no way Takano-san could smuggle out a drug from my clinic. But it's easier for nurses to do than irregular people, right? Like I said, I've never heard of drugs like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. But I mean, he has a point. Oishi-san, she's in at home. The standby unit says they're going to her house to go check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan, can you also check the police headquarters found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we should check the other prefectures too. Tell the section manager if he can call the headquarters in the nearby prefectures and ask if they have any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir. Are you saying that Takano-san might also be dead? Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's dead or if she's the culprit. Well, of course, it's possible she's not involved at all. She might just be getting drunk at a bar somewhere. It's unbelievable. Who does things like this? Well, it's unbelievable for me, too. This fits with the rest of the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Been 5 years now. That would make this the 5th curse of Yashiro-sama. Damn it, I've got to get whoever's behind it this year for sure. I really want to put an end to these cases before I retire. Oishi hates the curse of Yashiro-sama. It had been leading him around the nose for 5 consecutive years. The victim of the first year was the manager of the damn construction site, was his friend. Oh yeah, they used to play shogi together or something like that. Despite his desire to avenge his friends, the mystery had only deepened, and one case followed another, year after year. Oishi would be retiring next March. As a retiree, he'd only be able to ask about the progress of the investigation, but he wouldn't be able to take the initiative anymore. In other words, this year was his last chance for revenge. Would he have to put his head in the lion's mouth to capture the culprit? Oishi quietly clenched his fist. I believe that this maze has an exit. It's in 2 arcs. Maze is a very convenient word. A maze always has an exit. You don't call it a maze if it doesn't have one. I know I'm on the right path towards the exit of this maze. I used to miss these minor divergences, but now I don't miss anything. I don't make any mistakes. This time, I could feel a response that was different from all the other times. I'm sure I can finally get to the exit of this maze. But no matter which path I choose to come to this point, Jiro Tomatake always dies. Oh, is he having memories now too? Interesting. Or it's being very meta that I'm the reader. Rena had been sick ever since that day, and she hadn't been able to join in our club activities as often since. Yeah, I still feel feverish. You do, huh? That's a pity. Hey, Rena, why don't you just try and play with us today? I think you'll feel a lot better if you'll blow off some steam with us. Mm-hmm, you got this old man's agreement. Do you think so? Do you? Sometimes resting too much is bad for you. They're quite correct. All illnesses come from the mind, don't you know? Everybody had suspected for a while that Rena isn't really sick, at least physically. It's just that many things happened to her all at once, and she caught a mental cold. That's why I thought she would get better when she played with us, just like she used to. It seemed like Rena was aware of that too. She knew that she had to get out of her state of depression soon. She wanted to get better and wanted to have fun again every day. Okay, I'll do it. Great. That's the spirit. Considering the fact that Rena is still recovering from her illness, let's play a tabletop game today. Let me see. Mion started rummaging through her locker, humming to herself. She took one game after another from the locker and put them aside. That locker definitely didn't obey the laws of physics. The amount of games she had took out from the locker was more than what it could physically hold. It is a locker of holding? And we do not question this. Or she's just very good at Tetris. Oh, I forgot about this one. Let's try this. Today we'll be playing this detective game. Oh, what's that? Sounds interesting. Oh, they're playing Clue again. Oh, well, this is the game where you guess the culprit, the murder weapon, and the scene of the crime. A game where you use your brain. You'll pick it up as you play. All you need to do is note down the information you have. Ha ha ha. In other words, you need to learn the tricks of note-taking. This is a game for intelligent people like myself. The rules don't seem that different. Yes, Jenga. The fact that she hasn't lost at Locker Jenga is also impressive. In short, it's a game where you sound out the cards each player holds and try to reason out the identity of the cards first drawn out of the deck. There are plenty of games in different formats which you try to identify something hidden in the least number of steps. This one just happens to be a competitive one of those. The key to winning this game would be how well you can organize your information. We usually like to play athletic games so we can run around a lot, but in our club you have to excel both academically and athletically. Alright, this is gonna be great. Let's play. Rana, do you remember how we still haven't decided the winner of the water gun battle? I'm gonna settle it today once and for all. How are you? And I'm not going to go easy on you. If Rana's getting serious, I'll have to get serious too. Yes, indeed. Since the water gun battle, I have to reevaluate Keiichi-san and Rana-san. I'm going to be merciless today. This is getting exciting. This little man's been waiting for everyone to get this fired up. Excellent. Let's do this. Are you ready? I did it with the knife in the library. Okay, my turn. Keiichi-kun did it with the poison in the hall. My turn. Mion did it with the pistol in the lounge. Hehehe. You're holding the pistol, aren't you? You're bluffing. I think I know the suspect in the murder weapon. I've narrowed the scene of the crime down to 2. Oh, you're good, Rika-chan. I've narrowed the suspect down to 2, but it's hard to pin down which one it is. I'll give you a tip. There's always a hint in the question the other players ask you. If you figure it out, you can even solve the whole mystery by the order of the cards the others put down on the table. I see. Damn it, I underestimated the depth of this game. Oh no, my notes are such a mess, I can't even read my own handwriting. Once you acquire the skill of note-taking, you'll have a 70% chance to win in this game. But even a 70% chance won't be enough to defeat me. I kind of knew I didn't stand a chance of winning this game, but I gradually started picking it up. Rena seemed to be getting her energy back as she played along. It was the right decision to force her to play with us today. While we were in the middle of our game, Chie-sensei came to the classroom. Ah, you look like you're having fun. Anyway, is Ryuga-san here? How? You have a visitor. Everybody looked puzzled. Parents sometimes show up at the school for some reason, but Chie-sensei never called them visitors. It's rare to have a visitor at school. I wonder who it is. Well, I have to go. You can continue on without me. Rena left the classroom at a run. What should we do? Should we wait for her? Well, we don't know how long it's going to take. Rena told us we could continue. So let's do that. Yeah. Around the entrance of the glaring sun in the cool shade made a clear contrast. An old man who's holding his jacket on his arm was waiting for me. He looked like he was overheating and his tie was limp. Are you Ryugu-san? Rena Ryugu-san? Reina Ryugu-san. Ever since Rena called me Reina, I've hated that name more than ever. Because of that, I don't have a good impression of this man. Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are? My car has air conditioning, so why don't we move into there? Aren't you hot out here? He ignored my question and started walking towards the car parked in front of the school gate. If he wanted to talk something normal, he would have used the teacher's office. But he wanted to talk in his car instead. I couldn't help feeling suspicious. Chie-sensei let me see him, though. That meant he wasn't a suspicious individual as far as she was concerned. Who was he? I don't bite, you know. Please, this way. He called out to me while opening the rear door. Is he a policeman? Did the police find out I killed those two? I felt anxious all of a sudden. Was this what they called a voluntary interview? I didn't want to get into that car, but if I rejected his offer, it'd only make me look suspicious. I prepared myself and got in. It was really cool inside the car. A car I see must cost a fortune. At least my father's car doesn't have one. Please let me know if it's too cold. I like keeping it that way. So what's this talk about? In retaliation, I ignored his question and got to the point like he did. Pulled a small notebook out of his breast pocket and flipped through it. He picked up a photo from it. The photo showed the face of a goofy-looking man. Please tell me if there's anything you know about this person. The man in the picture was expressionless and looked half asleep. Sometimes you can't even recognize your own family members in a photo when they don't have that where they don't have an expression. So there's no way I would recognize this person that wasn't related to me. But anyway, it was a bit of a relief. They had nothing to do with Rena or her partner. There were scribbles on his shirt. And we found signatures of the students at his school. At this school, including yours, Ryugu-san. Is this Tomitake-san? I didn't feel his usual carefree unreliableness from this picture at all. From the half-awake, emotionless face. How about this woman, then? I knew what he was going to show. Her name is Mio-san. Mio Takano-san. When did you see them last? I think it was right after the Watnagashi festival. Didn't you notice anything strange? Anything? Please tell me. Did something happen to them? Yeah! I got it! To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure it was Rena or Mion. So you gambled? How risky. It doesn't matter how he won. What matters is that he won. Oh, Rena, welcome back. What took you so long? Mia noticed Rena had returned. She looked exhausted. I have no idea what she talked about with that visitor, but it was obvious it wasn't something fun. Rena, are you okay? What? What's okay? What? I'm talking about you. You look pale. Are you sure you're all right? Rana tried to convince us that she was fine, but her face clouded over for a moment and she decided to leave early. I shouldn't have forced her to join in the game. I was regretting it a little. Rena probably forced herself to play with us, even though she wasn't feeling well at all. Rena put her stuff in her bag and apologized to us for leaving early and left the classroom. Well, she's gone now. I guess we have to keep playing until we have a loser. That's right. Whose turn is it? Okay, Rika-chan. Come on. First of all, I wasn't very close to Mio-san. Alright, this is slightly different than the pink, so who is this? I knew who she was, so I greeted her whenever we happened to pass by. But that's about it. I never really talked to her except for the one time. And that time was only recently. It was between the day of the Watanagashi festival and the day I was caught in the act of burying. Okay, so it still is Rena. It was between the day of the Watanagashi festival and the day I was caught in the act of burying the two corpses by Keiichi-kun and my friends. I had a phone call from the library that evening, and I was told my father needed to return the book he borrowed. He was always shopping at the home improvement store at the time, so I went to the library to return the book for him. While I was there, I thought about borrowing a book for myself, and I started walking around the library. I saw her there. Oh, Rena-chan! Hello! Mio-san! Hello to you too! I didn't expect to see you here. Really? I was going to say the same thing. I always spend time here, but I've never seen you. Hee hee. She smiled in a very attractive and charming way that only mature women can do. Her smile gave no indication that she knew her death was just a few days away. She said that she often met with Tomitake-san at the library. Seemed like she had some time to kill, so she told me she wanted to buy me a drink. I had nothing to do after that. I let her buy me canned iced milk tea from the vending machine in the library, and we talked for a while. Once I came to think about it, it was a little ironic. She mostly talked about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. She had no idea that she was going to be the victim of its 5th year. Series of mysterious deaths? You heard about it at least once, haven't you? 4 years ago, the manager of the dam construction site was murdered. 3 years ago, the Hojo couple died. 2 years ago, the Furude couple died. And last year was Satoko-chan's aunt. The series of mysterious deaths have been going on for 4 years now. And in a few days, they'll be the 5th. I've heard about it. But you don't know for sure that somebody will die this year. I do. Someone will die in a few days for sure. There's an old saying that everything that happens twice will happen a 3rd time. So it's also true when that happens for 4 times, it'll happen a 5th? Mio-san was convinced that the 5th mysterious death was going to happen, but she didn't know she was going to be the 5th victim. That's ironic and also really creepy. There was always something creepy about her. So maybe she knew that she was going to be killed in a few days, but still managed to make that mysterious smile. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Of course I knew about it. I've lived here for more than a year. Every year on the day of the Watanagashi festival, one traitor to the village dies mysteriously. It's been that way ever since the dam conflict. Each case was solved individually, but mysterious incidents still happen every year. Makes me wonder if there's some kind of will to all this. Creepiness and incomprehensibility of it all gave rise to the name of the Curse of Yashiro-sama, which fit perfectly. Despite this, I always thought the curse of Oyashiro-sama was just a series of coincidences. My reason for this being that I strongly believe that Satoshi-kun was the one who murdered his aunt on the 4th year. I don't have any evidence, but I just know it. I know that Satoshi-kun was in a serious predicament last year, and that he had nowhere to turn. He had no one to help him, but he had to save Satoko-chan as soon as he could. Satoshi-kun thought it through it and made the best choice he could to handle the situation, just like I did when I had my problem with Rina. I hesitated to inform Mio-san that Satoshi-kun was the murderer on the 4th year, so I just listened to her for a while. According to her theory, the series of mysterious deaths isn't just a set of coincidences, but instead a series of interrelated murder cases. At that point, my theory was completely in the opposite of hers. I decided not to cut in. You know about the cult of Oyashiro-sama here in Hinamazawa, don't you? Takano-san started telling me about that Hinamazawa was once called Onigafuchi. She also explained the story of how the villagers were in the olden days, showing me the scrapbook she was so proud of. The villagers back then were called man-eating demons, but they were also admired as transcendents, enlightened people not bound by earthly desires. So according to your theory, a group of cultists who worship Oyashiro-sama are living in Hinamazawa, and they're trying to show the power of their god by enacting a series of mysterious deaths, right? I'm not sure if we could call them cultists or fundamentalists. The line between them is very vague. In the Meiji era, when the name of the village was changed to Hinamazawa, the customs and the traditions of Onigafuchi were brought to an end. I think there's some people who want to revive those traditions and regain the name in awe of Onigafuchi. Mio-san's theory was more than a little crazy, but it was also fascinating. At first, her theory had sounded like she was just jumping to conclusions, but after she eagerly showed me the document she had been studying, I started to think that maybe it wasn't actually too far from the truth. If her theory was true, then that would mean that the accidental death of the Hojo couple in the 2nd year, the suicide and death by disease of the Furude couple in the 3rd year, and the drug-addicted murder in the 4th year were all cooked up. It means someone who had a lot of power and influence over the police was involved. When I pointed that out, Mio-san nodded in agreement when she started talking about how strongly they were rooted in the village and how deeply they were involved in many public organizations. After that, she finished explaining all that. I finally noticed that Mio-san was suggesting that the 3 families, including the Sonozaki family, were the masterminds behind the murder incidents. In fact, the Sonozaki family was really very powerful. They hold influence not over Hinamazawa and Okonomiya, but the entire Shishibone area. It might not be wrong to say that they even hold influence over the entire prefecture. If the Sonozaki family is behind all this, her theory would be more realistic. But that means I should be suspicious of Mi-chan. No, I shouldn't. But in fact, Mi-chan was very cold and unkind to Satoshi-kun when he was going through a tough time. I know there was a conflict between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family during the Dam Wars, but still, she was very cold to Satoshi-kun. But Mi-chan admitted that what she did was wrong. And I forgave her, too. I didn't want to think about that again. I decided to change the subject because I knew it'd make me feel uncomfortable and if we kept talking about the Sonozaki family. First of all, what is people's belief in Oyashiro-sama all about? It's a little funny that the demons and humans wanted to coexist. In folktales, humans usually try to wipe out the demons. That's quite true. That's why Oyashiro-sama is so interesting. However, there are actually many stories where people in the old days worshipped a god that had drifted to our world from the land of the gods. That's the worship of those drifted gods, in the other words. There are a number of myths all over the world about people worshipping a god who came from far beyond the sea or from up a river. The gods in those myths are actually people who came from different countries, right? That's the general theory, yes. Ancient Japanese culture was far behind that of other nations. Bleh. When Japanese people in those days saw a foreigner from a developed country, They were so impressed by the knowledge that person had that they started worshipping them as a god. That's one theory. I've heard that the red oni and blue oni were actually foreigners who drifted ashore in Japan because of their boats got shipwrecked. The Japanese may have created the tengu out of foreigners too. They probably saw a foreigner who had reddish skin with a very long nose. Wow, you're pretty sharp, Rana-chan. I've been saying this for the entire series. I agree with you. I think most drifted god worships are based on the encounters with foreigners. But if that's so, Onigafuchi's drifted god worship would have a contradiction. Do you know what that is? No, I don't. It's easy. Onigafuchi isn't adjacent to the sea. Oh, of course. In order to have any connection to foreigners, the place in question would have to have a connection to the outside world. In Western countries, that connection would be rivers running between adjacent countries. In Japan, that connection would be the ocean. So most of the drifted god stories from Japan originated near the shores. Isn't it a possibility that the foreigners washed ashore somewhere else first and then traveled to Onigafuchi? Well, the thing about the worship of Oyashiro-sama is, it specifically pinpoints Onigafuchi Swamp as the place where the demons first appeared. The swamp isn't connected to any rivers. So how could a foreigner wash up there? That's why the mystery of Oyashiro-sama is so interesting. How much do you know about the legend of Oyashiro-sama? I just read a picture book about it in school. I feel like I know a lot about it, but I actually don't. I just have an extreme fear of the rule to not leave Hinamizawa. After all, my life went wrong after I left. I felt dizzy when I tried to think about the future. So I think about it further, so I stopped. When everything went wrong in Ibaraki, I met Oyashiro-sama, and he told me to go back to Hinamizawa. No. I'll get dizzy. Don't try to remember. Don't try to remember. I can't remember. I got desperate because I felt responsible for the divorce. I just used Oyashiro-sama as an excuse for my mental instability, and I told my father I wanted to go back to Hinamizawa, right? But wait. Oyashiro-sama did come to me. Oh no, the colors are too dazzling. I can only remember the vivid colors of the pills and the dizziness. That's all you need to know. The demons came out of Onigafuchi Swamp and they attacked the villagers. Oyashiro-sama saw it and came down to save the villagers from the demons by exiling them to hell. The demons cried. The villagers felt bad for them. They decided to let the demons live in the village with them. Oyashiro-sama was impressed by the kind hearts of the villagers, so he gave human forms to the demons and let them coexist. Blood of the demons blended with that of the villagers as they lived alongside each other. That's exactly what I read in the book. I felt dizzy, like I was going to faint, because I touched the one memory I didn't want to. People say that most myths are based on events of some sort that happened long ago. What event do you think is the truth behind the myth? Because I was still feeling dizzy, all I could do was tilt my head quizzically. Seems like Mio-san was expecting that response because she smiled, looking satisfied as she successfully made me confused. She's good at that. She took a scrapbook out of the paper bag. I'll let you borrow this for a while. Thank you. But don't worry, just read it whenever you have some time to kill. I want to know what you think about the things written in this scrapbook. I'd like to know even if you disagree with me, because you really are very sharp. Jiro-san isn't interested in things like this at all, so I'd appreciate your input. I had little choice but to take the scrapbook. Apparently Mio-san came to the library often, so I figured I could return it to her whenever I came to return my books. However, that day I'd returned the scrapbook to Mio-san never came. What's wrong? You don't look good. Are you feeling okay? I caught a summer cold. I'm still recovering from it. It wasn't the summer cold that was making me feel dizzy. I always get dizzy when I try to remember the time I met Oyashiro-sama in Ibaraki. I mustered all my courage and asked her. My memory of those days in Ibaraki is blurry. I know I met Oyashiro-sama. Nobody believed me, and they told me it was a hallucination. But I thought Mio-san would listen to me. Mio-san, can I talk to you about something? Yes, of course. You listened to me, so it's my turn to listen to you. Well, it's about Oyashiro-sama. You might laugh at me. I won't. You didn't laugh at me either. Mio-san said in a very gentle and mature way, and that encouraged me. Even so, I hesitated to talk. But there was probably nobody but Mio-san who I could talk to about something like this. I gathered my courage again and spoke. I have met Oyashiro-sama. You have? Yes. I used to live in Hinamazawa until right before I went to elementary school. But my mother got a job in Ibaraki, so we moved. Well, you know what that means, right? Yes, I do. You broke the rule of Oyashiro-sama, which is never to leave Hinamazawa. That's right. And then many things happened. My mother divorced my father, my family was broken. I got desperate and did some bad things. It must have been terrible. Then what happened? I started hating everything in this world, and I started feeling like everybody who was happy was looking down on me. That's when a mysterious existence started to appear. You mean Oyashiro-sama? The first time it came to me was, please don't tell anybody about this. It was when I started injuring myself by cutting my body with a knife. Oof! Oof! Okay, this might get squicky for people. I cut my neck, and something very dirty and gross came out of the blood from the wound. It was, I'm not going to laugh. Go on. The chill I felt at the time came back to me. I sealed that memory away so I wouldn't have to remember it ever again. But once I unsealed it, I started remembering things one after another. Like I said, this might get squicky. Yes, back then there was something in the blood, something crawling. It was countless dark red maggots. They were squirming up and out of my neck with each drop of blood. But they wanted to stay in my body, so they crawled back in through the cut. I didn't want those creepy things back inside my body, so I clawed at the cut in my neck to get them out. Is this starting to sound familiar? But it hurt so much, it only made my hands and neck bloody. I got scared all of a sudden. I was so scared because I thought that the many nasty maggots in my blood vessels. So I cut the blood vessel on my thigh just to see how it looked, and I could see the better if it was in my thigh. And they oozed out from there too, so many of them. I understand, Ryugu-san, please calm down. No, you don't understand. The maggots came out of my blood, but then they tried to get back inside my veins. It really, really itches. Ah. Please bring a doctor. No, don't claw at it like that. Bring me a sedative. Hurry. Hold her down. Please kill the maggots in my veins. Please take all the blood out of my body. Flush my veins out. There are so many of them in there. Why don't you believe me? I'll show you. You believe me if you see them, right? I don't want to get any more shots. No. Okay, the squicky part should be over. Calm down. Okay? Mio-san sat next to me and held my hand very tightly. Her touch brought me back to reality. So, what happened? Nobody believed me, but then he showed up. Oyashiro-sama came to me. That memory was very vague. I saw flickering lights. It made it difficult for me to remember. I met Oyashiro-sama. That sentence is all I remembered. The memory of actually meeting Oyashiro-sama was unbelievably vague. After I got out of the hospital, I continued being treated at home. I still felt something moving in my veins, so I wanted to cut my body to make the blood ooze out so that I could make sure that there were no maggots in there. Usually, I was sleeping like the dead because of the strong pills I was taking. But one day I forgot to take the pill, and my consciousness was very clear. I felt the maggots moving in my veins. I felt the urge to look inside. Never mind, we're getting back to the squicky part. I cut the vein on my wrist. I knew it. A lot of blood and many dusky red maggots came out of the wound. I wanted to wash them off before they crawled back inside me, so I put my wrist under running water in the bathroom sink and tried to open up the vein. Water, blood, and maggots ran down into the drain. Just like squeezing out the pus from a pimple, I squeezed out the vein to get rid of the dirty blood and the maggots. I kept doing it. My arms started to feel numb and cold, but I kept doing it. I thought I might die from losing so much blood, but I kept doing it. My body was filled with maggots. I had to squeeze out all the blood out of me. And then a very bright light shone upon me. It was a very bizarre sensation. I had never experienced anything like it in my life. Are we done with the maggots? All of a sudden, the dark bathroom was filled with a bright light. It was a very bright but gentle. It was like the light of a merciless fluorescent bulb. It was very warm and gentle. It was Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama was looking at me with gentleness and sadness in his eyes. And he touched my wound, and the maggots started melting and disappearing from my eyes. That wasn't all. All the maggots that were moving through my veins disappeared too. Oyashiro-sama taught me. These maggots were the curse. People of the demon's blood can't live outside of Hinamizawa. It's the rule. Unfortunately, you have been cursed. It's very sad and I feel sorry for you. There's only one way to save you. That's what he said. What should I do? The answer was very simple. All I needed to do was go back to Hinamizawa. I unconsciously knew that before I heard it from Oyashiro-sama. People who were born in Hinamizawa must never leave. But I broke Oyashiro-sama's rule, and I left Hinamizawa. That's why my family was broken, and I lost my mind. And only that! If I hadn't left Hinamizawa, nothing would have gone wrong. And so I had to go back. Oyashiro-sama also told me this. He could make the maggots, the embodiment of the curse, disappear, but only temporary because I had lived far from Hinamizawa. After a while, the power of Oyashiro-sama would fade away, and the curse would start eating at my body again. If that happened, the maggots would take over my body and I would go insane and die. I must go back to Hinamizawa before his power to hold the curse down fades away. That's what Oyashiro-sama told me. He did. I heard him tell me that. I should have gone back to Hinamizawa earlier. That's why Oyashiro-sama came to me and put this curse on me. But he gave me a chance. He gave me a chance to pay for my sins for leaving Hinamizawa. Dad, listen, Oyashiro-sama is going to help us. Let's go back to Hinamizawa. Hinamizawa is the place where we must live. If we don't, not only me, but you might get cursed too. Let's go back to Hinamizawa. That's the place where we can live. We need to hurry. We need to hurry or Oyashiro-sama's power will fade away and my body will be eaten by the maggots. Oh no, Oyashiro-sama is following me. He's telling me to hurry. He follows me everywhere and keeps telling me to hurry. He keeps apologizing to me for putting his curse on me. He follows me everywhere and keeps apologizing. I'm telling you the truth. I am. Why can't anybody else see it? Why can't they see the maggots or Oyashiro-sama? Everybody's trying to fool me. I know they can see them too. No, please stop. I don't want to get another shot. Uh, are you okay? I was breathing hard, and Mio-san was holding my shoulders. I could feel that terrible memory I'd been trying to forget was awakening. The doctors told me that the memory was just my delusion. They told me that since I blamed myself for the divorce, I unconsciously had the desire to blame someone else for it, and I unconsciously connected the desire with the folk tale of Oyashiro-sama that I read when I was little. I got drug treatments, received counseling, and waited. Obviously, the counselor wasn't very good. I gradually got better, and that proved the things I saw were just a hallucination. The doctor asked my father to consider moving to Hinamazawa if possible. Fortunately, he wanted to change his living environment to heal the pain from the divorce as well. So we came back to Hinamazawa. After we came back to Hinamazawa, I felt it. I felt it in my bones that this was the place where we should live. And I also felt Oyashiro-sama's blessing. I definitely felt it. I felt the curse of Oyashiro-sama starting to break. I was free. After I moved here, I went to the clinic in Gogura for a while. The doctor gave me the same poisonous-looking pills, and I kept taking them for a while. That terrible memory gradually became unclear. Whenever I tried to remember it, I could only remember the strong side effects of the pill, and it made me dizzy. That's how I regained my peace. And then, I changed my name. Reina. Reason was because my name reminded me of those bad memories. I didn't want to have anything icky in my life anymore, so that's why I came up with the idea of taking icky things out. After I took the I of icky out of my name, Reina, there was only Re and Na left. That's how Rena was born. I liked that. When I was introduced to my classmates, I told them to call me Rena. Since then, that's been my name. I'm living my new life as Rena. I cut away all this stuff. Hi, Koki! Thank you for the resub! Yay! I cut away all the sad things that happened when I was Reina. Actually, I should be able to do this. And this, because it is the law. There you go. My father still calls me Reina, but I don't feel as bad as long as it's just my father and my relatives. But then, Rena came into my life, and she called me Reina. Because she called me Reina, those colored lights started flickering again. I should stop. I should forget about it. Lights were still flickering. She's totally fine. I'm sorry. Was I panicking that badly? Lol, yes. You were muttering to yourself. I'm glad you calmed down. Judging by Mio-san's reaction, I wasn't panicking as badly as I thought I was. That wasn't as badly as you thought it was? Oh. But I've probably had those panicked hallucinations several times. If I started screaming and yelling like I once did, they'd take me away to the hospital again for sure. I'm certain I met Oyashiro-sama. I saw the maggots. It's hard to believe, right? Mio-san smiled and looked a little confused. I couldn't blame her. I didn't expect her to believe it. I'm sure it was just a strange memory I created for myself in hallucinations. I I can't trust myself. That's the worst feeling of all. Rana-chan, first of all, you don't have to worry about anything. Yes, I'm talking about the curse you're afraid of. And the maggots that you saw in your blood. According to what Oyashiro-sama said, you're free from them as long as you stay in Hinamazawa, right? Yes, that's what he said. And you don't have to be scared. You don't have to worry about anything. You're in Hinamazawa right now. Well, this library is in Okonomiya, but it's very close to Hinamazawa, so I'm sure it's okay with Oyashiro-sama. You don't feel anything moving in your veins right now, do you? No, I don't. So there's nothing to worry about. You're following Oyashiro-sama's rules. There's nothing you should be scared of. Is there? Right? No. No. I didn't know until then that she was such a warm-hearted person. I met many doctors and talked to them about this, but they always ignored me and didn't really listen. All they did was give me a shot of a drug I hated. On the other hand, Mio-san didn't deny my story or the existence of Oyashiro-sama, which is a very delicate thing to do, because apparently you're not supposed to, like, confirm or deny the delusions. The people in this village whispered behind her back that she was a little crazy. But she was actually a very kind person. I thought, Rana-chan, I believe everything you just told me. Thank you very much. You're the first one to ever say that to me. Hehe, so are you. You're the first one who didn't laugh at me and listened to me so seriously. I think we can be good friends. Mio-san smiled and touched my head with hers. Well, I let you borrow my secret files and my scrapbooks. These are top secret. I don't want to show these to anybody but you're special. I think I can trust you. I know you'll take them seriously. She took a few scrapbooks out of her paper bag and handed them to me. Let me know what you think after you've read them. There might be something in them that only you can understand. Mio-san was acting mysteriously. She smiled mischievously and put her index finger on her lips as a sign to keep it a secret. Don't tell anybody about these scrapbooks or that I'm studying this, okay? We're keeping this a secret? Okay, I got it. If they find out I've been studying this, they might try to get rid of me. Hee hee hee. She laughed after she said that. They might erase her. That's what she said. And she went missing. She left me with her scrapbooks. But that's not all there is to it. It's the way Tomitake-san died. Oishi-san said he committed suicide because of a state of excitation caused by some kind of drug, but I know what really happened. I didn't tell Oishi-san about this. I don't think he'd believe me even if I told him. Without a doubt, Tomitake-san died trying to get rid of the maggots. And that's why I was like, where have we heard this before? It was nothing other than the curse of Oyashiro-sama. To never leave Hinamazawa is the one rule of Oyashiro-sama. Or is it the only rule of Oyashiro? There are more. He might have broken one of them without knowing it. Oishi-san told me. Tomitake-san was taking pictures with his camera flash on during the sacred ritual dance, and some people got mad at him for it. Did Oyashiro-sama put a curse on Tomitake-san because he violated the sacred ritual dance? It might be for another reason. Anyway, he died from the curse of Oyashiro-sama, without a doubt. Did that mean Oyashiro-sama put his curse on Mio-san, too? Investigating the gods is the same thing as getting close to the gods. It's disrespecting them. But Mio-san told me that they might get rid of her if they found out about her investigation. By they, she meant humans. Plus, according to her theory, the three families are in conspiracy to revive the faith of Oyashiro-sama. But I can tell by the way Tomitake-san died that it was the act of the curse. I'm certain about it because I experienced the curse myself. and at first glance that seemed incompatible with those conspiracy theories about human beings. I remember that Oishi-san told me something about the kind of drug that can make a person commit suicide. So, do the three families have a secret drug that they can cause the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That's impossible. Plus, I didn't get any shots of a suspicious drug like that. I had a normal life in Ibaraki. I wasn't involved with the Sonosaki family or the Kimiyoshi family. Oishi-san asked me a favor. He asked me to tell him secretly if I heard or saw anything suspicious. It could be about Mi-chan, Rika-chan, or anybody in the village. Mio-san believed my story about Oyashiro-sama. Now she's gone. Tomitake-san died by doing the same thing I did. Oh, no. I don't want to get involved with the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Is this a conspiracy of a group of a fanatical cult members, or is it the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Is everything just a set of coincidences, or maybe a mixture of a conspiracy and a curse? I don't know. Is it the work of humans, the curse, or a coincidence? Oh no, even the light of the sunset was making me feel dizzy. When did the sunlight in Hinamazawa get so mean? Mio-san told me to keep her investigation a secret. I have her top secret scrapbook. They might hold the truth about everything. When I realized that, I got scared all of a sudden. I might end up the same way as Mio-san because I have her scrapbooks. If it's a conspiracy, I'll be erased. If it's a curse, I'll be cursed. I should burn these scrapbooks. That's the safest thing to do. But Mio-san believed my story. Mio-san listened to me without laughing. It'd feel wrong to burn them without taking a look. If it's a conspiracy, I have to expose it. If it's a curse, I have to break it. I shouldn't run away. I should fight. That's right, I decided to fight to seize my happiness. I shouldn't give in to misfortunes. I have to fight. I'm going to get rid of the things that are trying to ruin my peaceful life. I'm going to read her scrapbooks when I get home. I started walking faster. Okay, that should be the end of the chapter. So we'll read the tips. And then I'll take a little break and we'll continue for another chapter or so. Lunch takeout list. New tips. Attention, Kuroda Mental Clinic. Kuroda, okay. Hello. To get straight to the point, we can assume that this is an acute case of post-traumatic stress disorder. The patient is subject to tremendous stress because of her parents' sudden divorce and being forced to choose to live with either her mother or her father. Furthermore, the patient firmly believes that she was responsible for her parents' divorce, which further drives her into self-mutilation. The patient's largest shock stems from a sense of betrayal of her own household, which she believed was an absolute safe haven, which is why you have to be very careful with kids. Henceforth, there is a high possibility that the patient will resort to psychological defense measures to protect her family. For example, she might feel high disdain for any person of the opposite sex who approaches her father. She might feel uncomfortable about having other people in her home. She might also display eccentric behavior in order to keep people away from it. An example of the latter, there are reported cases of patients unconsciously bringing home garbage. Oh, really? It's highly important that the patient remains in close communication with her father. By deepening the communication between the two of them, it will strengthen their family bond and loosen her anxiety. Since the patient is only showing signs of acute syndrome in this case, there's a very good chance that she'll recover within 3 months with her father's support and proper medication. However, it's common for a patient to seem to have recovered to only have a sudden recurrent flashback even after 10 years. Her father is still fairly young, and there's still a chance he could remarry. However, seeing an unfamiliar member of the opposite sex through remarriage could trigger a flashback in the patient, which may lead to avoidance behavior or hyper-awareness. Please explain this part thoroughly to the father in order for him to understand the recovery process. Should the father decide to remarry, it's recommended that he should hold off telling the patient until she reaches an age where she's capable of living independently. Also, the cause of the patient's psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior, delusional paratosis, seems to be of its own cultural-bound syndrome. The patient blindly believes that leaving her home village will cause a curse, and that the curse was the village's cause for her parents' divorce. We believe this is a subconscious defense mechanism to reduce her mental trauma by shifting the blame from herself to the village's curse. According to the patient's statement, the culture of her home village is extremely strict and exclusive. The patient believes that there is no way to be saved from the curse other than by going back to the village, and the curse will continue as long as she lives in the current environment. Through this, we see the inclination of schizophrenia and believe the chances are high that the patients will continue to alter their perceived reality. Schizophrenia, a case where patients' personalities are reduced and caused to alter perceptions of reality and delusions. Take that with a grain of salt, because this is however many years old. Will do, thank you, Liv. I've still got a little bit of water left. I'll refill it when I go down. There we go. Her delusions about the maggots dwelling in her blood is a perfect example, and it's also the cause of her psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior. When the delusion involves psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior, it's extremely dangerous. Aha! I highly recommend for the father to move back to the village if he's financially capable. Allowing her to live with the relatives of the village might also work. If such strong beliefs can induce symptoms such as self-mutilation, then there might be other cases similar to this one. Perhaps prior medical files that document similar culture-bound syndromes may be available in a large medical institution in her local area. It'll then be possible to provide better and more accurate mental care for the patient by obtaining these case files. This B5 sized letter with a bunch of memos. The following was in the backside of the letter. 1 chukadan, 3 Shanghai-style gokomon yakisoba, 1 large fried rice. Goober. Okay. Don't write your lunch list on the back of an important medical document. Okay, we'll save. Okay, into chapter 7. And just because I can, I'm gonna just check Steam real quick and see how many chapters we have left to go. Because I'm curious. Yes, this one. Let's check the achievements. Oh boy, okay, let's see what the locked achievements are like. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 chapters left, so let's see if I can do like 2 more. Because there's an after credits room and you found all the hints achievement as well. But for now, I will exit out of the game. So you don't have to worry about the bugs doing things. And now we'll go on a little break. And then I'll be back. Okay. Now I just have to, like, I'm sure Hazel's doing something, but it's like she was asleep when I went downstairs, but now she's off the bed. Oh no. Let's get the game started back up. She will probably demand that I play with her momentarily. Thank you. Thank you all for sticking around. My water bottle has now been refilled, and I have now had caffeine. I am just missing my kitty cat. Let's get back to it. Oh, there she is. Oh, did you go to have a snack too? Is that where you went? Alright, did we? Yes, we did. Okay. You gonna come back up? You gonna come back? Hello. Hello, Hazel. Welcome back. You also decided to take a little break. Yes, Hazel gets all the pets. Because she is a good kitty. Yeah. See, it's not just me wanting to pet you. My chat wants to pet you too. Because you are a good soft girl. Yeah, you just go ahead and get settled back in. There you go. Alright, so back to continuing. I know I pressed save, but it's like, okay, yes, end of chapter 7. Load it. So it looks like there are 13 chapters in this one. How appropriate. About homing ability and homesickness. If you interrupt homing ability in a broad sense, you can say that most animals interpret homing ability in a broad sense. You can say that most animals have a homing ability. In the same way, it's the same way with humans. We like to sleep, rest, and eat at a place where we feel comfortable, namely, our homes. Your home is where your home is to you what nests are to animals. Or, if you're my cat, uh, the nest is the exact same place. We are sitting on the bed together, and she thinks this is also very much hers. Therefore, we can say that humans have homing ability as well. First of all, why do animals need nests? The answer is the same for humans. Sleeping, resting, and eating are all essential actions for survival. At the same time, these actions leave one defenseless as well. I would die for you, kitty cat. That's why you needed a safe area, where you can be defenseless. Everybody knows that not having this safe area results in high levels of stress. When you move an animal to a new environment, it naturally becomes stressed. When you force a person to live in a foreign land where they aren't comfortable, they become greatly stressed as well. Everybody also knows that this kind of stress is called homesickness. I did not know that. I learned a new thing today. The Japanese don't know much about homesickness. We defined it as uh, a mental weakness and neglected to treat it as such for a long period of time. However, homesickness has a very long history. In Europe's Middle Ages, people believe that it wasn't a mental but rather a physical disease. People also believe that out of everybody, the Swiss got the disease the most. Go on. The Swiss, you see, were known to be an ethnic group that worked away from home in that area. They lived far away from their homes. There were no telephones at the time, so they couldn't even hear their family voices for ages and ages. It's easy to imagine that the young Swiss workers got homesick while working in a strange land. These Swiss who got homesicknesses wanted to go home. But they couldn't because of their jobs. The conflict made them weak physically and mentally. Some of them went crazy and tried to escape their reality by committing suicide or running away. Cite your sources, please. The Swiss at the time were very superstitious, and many folks' remedies and occult-like treatments, occult-like treatments, were to prevent homesickness when around. Since going home was the only treatment, they must have called it a fatal disease. But this isn't really one, of course. Specifically, homesickness is a sign that humans' homing instinct, your brain's desire to go back to your safe area, namely your home. At first, your brain makes you remember the happy memories of your home, and it urges you to go home in a natural way. But when reason stops you from achieving your desire, your brain starts sending unnatural signals to your body. As a result, your body gets weak, and it makes it more difficult for you to live in a strange land. In the end, you have to bend reason in order to achieve your desire to go home.
Yes, we pat the baby. And she will purr.
So homesickness is born from our homing instinct. Thank you. And the stronger one's homing instinct is, the stronger their homesickness. The strength of the homing instinct varies from individual to individual and depends on the environment in which the individual lived. When your home is safe and the environment you live in is dangerous, your homing instinct goes stronger. On the other hand, when the environment you live in is safe and then you're safer than your homing instinct becomes very weak, because why would you want to stay there if it's not safe? Safety isn't the only element that affects its strength. Cultural aspect affects it as well. The many customs demanding families to return home for major events varies with each region, so your birthplace culture can alter the strength of your homing instinct. Amongst those reasons, the transcendents of Onigafuchi village were believed to have an exceedingly strong homing instinct. The people of Onigafuchi fed their fellows from even leaving. Many believe that this was an effect of elitism and sense of purity I already mentioned before. Okay, so this must be part of the diary then. People today still strongly believe that Oyashiro-sama puts his curse on you if you break his rule and abandon the village. This superstition can be interpreted as homesickness. If homesickness is directly proportional to one's homing instinct, then the exaggerated expression curse would signify the strength that homesickness is also a homing instinct. I can assume that they hated the outside world and created an insular society precisely because of their powerful homing ability. Unfortunately, there's no way to measure the strength of their homing ability that the primitive people of Onigafuchi had. It was so strongly forbidden to leave the village that nobody left long enough to get homesick. However, after the Meiji era, things changed. The sacredness of Onigafuchi dwindled with the effects of modernization. Many young people started longing for city life, and some people were forced to leave the village to get a job, because, if there's not much of an economy in your small village, you want to go where the money is so you can continue to live. As a result, the villagers started venturing outside of the village borders. That was when the transcendents of the Onigafuchi realized how strong their homing ability was for the first time. The residents of Hinamazawa got extremely homesick. After a while, people started to call this homesickness the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It became rumored that the person who left the village to get a job in a strange land was cursed, and that he went crazy and died, and people who left the village started coming back either to it or a nearby town. Their homesickness and their homing ability were very strong because of their culture. It's reasonable to think that these were cultivated by the unique religion in Hinamazawa, namely the code of Oyashiro-sama. From the moment they were born, they were taught about the rules of Oyashiro-sama. They must have felt guilty about leaving the village unconsciously. As a result, they considered their homesickness to be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I'm not sure if their homesickness got stronger because of the rules of Oyashiro-sama, or they made the rules of Oyashiro-sama because their homesickness got stronger. I don't know which came first. I got tired of reading such small print and lay down on the floor on my back. The true identity of the curse of Oyashiro-sama is homesickness? Mio-san believed my story, and she let me read these scrapbooks. That's why I expected to find something interesting. But all I got was science? But what is it saying that the answer to it all is homesickness, which many doctors told me so many times at counseling? I'm a little upset. The word homesickness can't explain the extraordinary experience I had. I saw Yashiro-sama come down to me from a bright light in the bathroom. I saw the dusky red nasty maggots come out of my blood vessels. This scrapbook doesn't explain any of that. I don't understand how Mio-san was going to explain the cloud of maggots. Maybe she didn't have any explanation of that to begin with. Was it just a delusion? I flipped through one of the other scrapbooks Mio-san let me borrow, looking for an explanation of the maggots I saw. Then I found it. It had the exact same title I was looking for. About maggots and the curse of Oyashiro. Oh, okay. And the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In the Meiji area, a group of villagers were on their way back to Hinamazawa, and they started discussing a rumor about a weird disease. They said that the maggots started crawling out of the wound of a person who left Hinamazawa, and that the maggots ate the person's body from the inside. Okay, we might get squicky again. The Shinto priest of the Furude Shrine at the time explained that the weird disease was a sign of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. According to the tradition, the Shinto priest showed the villagers an ancient scroll, and he told them the story of the maggots had been passed down through the ages. This is what the scroll said. The world where the demons came from must be interpreted as the land of death. And the demons in the land of death had to live their lives while being eaten by maggots. Okay. The villagers who were of the demon's blood had nothing to worry about as long as they lived in Hinamazawa under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But once they left Hinamazawa, abandoning that protection, the maggots that had been sleeping in the blood of the demons would start to awaken, and they'd eat the bodies from the inside out. How pleasant! This maggot disease scared the villagers for a while, and they asked the Shinto priest to provide them with a protective talisman whenever they had to leave the village on business. This is interesting, as it's similar to the way homesickness was dealt with by the Swiss in the Middle Ages. After the war started, the delusion of the maggots disease faded away, but they remained accustomed to send talisman to families that lived away from Hinamazawa. The talismans had the word maggot on them. Okay, but the most interesting part about all this was that the residents of Hinamazawa didn't know the maggot disease until the rumors began. I thought that their unconscious worship made those people think of the homesickness as a curse. So this case was previously unknown maggot disease directly contradicts the research I had done so far. It's natural to think that the group of people who were on their way back to the village were lost in a mass delusion because of their strongly believed in the curse, and that the Shinto priest took advantage of the state of panic to instill deeper faith in them. But I'm not fully convinced that that was merely a coincidence that the mass delusion matched with the story of the old picture scroll. I wonder if it's possible to see maggots in a wound without having the prerequisite knowledge of that a person is cursed by Oyashiro-sama. I wish Oyashiro-sama would put his curse on someone I could study. I'd love to see those maggots coming out of someone. Chill, my guy! I felt as if Mio-san was here making that request of me. I remember. When she gave me the scrapbook, she said I might be the only one who could understand them. It felt good for just a moment, because I found out the maggots weren't a delusion. But at the same time, it destroyed my excuse that it was a delusion. The maggots weren't a delusion. They were there. All of a sudden, my wrists, elbows, and inner thighs and neck started itching. Oh no! I felt the urge to cut open a blood vessel, but I quietly held it down. I remember that Mio-san looked very serious when I talked about the maggots. She must have thought it was creepy, but so did I. While I was crying because nobody believed me, a part of me didn't want to believe that my body was filled with those creepy things. I think part of me wanted to believe that it was a delusion. But now I know it wasn't. It wasn't a delusion. There are some people who had the same experience. Maggots in the demon's blood will awaken, and when you lose the protection of Oyashiro-sama. In other words, they may not awaken under the protection of Oyashiro-sama. But all the villagers still had maggots in them without knowing it. People of the demon's blood are people who have creepy maggots in their bodies. I tried not to jump to conclusions and flip through the pages again. I unconsciously looked for something related to maggots. About parasites and the control of the host. The maggot disease made me think about something. Is it possible to say the extremely strong homesickness in Hinamizawa was an infectious disease caused by some kind of parasite? Oh, we're going this route? I'm not trying to connect the maggots they saw with the parasites. I'm trying to think about the possibility that their culture, their religion, might be associated with an infectious disease. Many infectious diseases are caused unintentionally by parasites. A parasite's host is literally its home. It wants to live within the host body for as long as it can. The best way to do that is to coexist with the host without the host knowing. But some parasites try to control their host and use them for prosperity. For example, some parasites have the ability to control their host. Famously, there's the mushroom, in order to force them to be eaten by a superior host. A type of example is I am gonna butcher this, Dichlorium dendictirum. It uses snails or ants as intermediate hosts, and it forces them to move to the upper side of vegetation so that it's easier for a superior host to consume it. Once the parasite that controls the more complicated animals, called the Toxoplasma gondii. It uses mice as intermediate hosts, with the superior host being cats. Rude. Get out of cats. The parasite makes the mouse lose its fear of cats. Oh, right. Makes the mouse lose its fear of cats in order to increase its chance of getting eaten so that the parasite can live within the cat instead. I've heard of this. There are parasites that choose hosts at random. The rabies virus is commonly known for that. It lives and breeds in the brains of a host, then it moves to the host's saliva through the salivatory glands. It makes the host extremely aggressive in order to make it bite things randomly so that in turn can move to another host through the saliva. That's what rabies does. Many parasites have similar ability to control hosts to their benefit. The example I used above about parasites that move into other hosts to prosper. But I think there must be some kind of parasite that controls its host in order to have a comfortable environment in which to live. I want to try to connect this theory to the abnormal homing ability and homesickness of the Onagafachi residents. Let's say there's some kind of parasite that exists in Hinamizawa, and it lives within all the villagers' bodies. For the parasite, Hinamizawa is the most comfortable environment for it to live in. So, it gives the host a strong homing ability in order to make them stay in Hinamizawa. Furthermore, it causes the host to get homesick whenever they ignore the homing ability and try to leave. Parasites need hosts to live. It's convenient for them if their host builds a community in the environment where they feel comfortable. This theory makes it easier for me to explain the mysteries I described earlier. The Transcendents of Onagafachi knew about the existence of this parasite. They knew that, as hosts to the parasite, they couldn't live outside of the village. That's why they created a culture and a rule that prohibited contact with the outside world. It also explains why people acted abnormally during the dam conflict. So the demons came out of the swamp to the legend of Oyashiro-sama can be interpreted as a mass spreading of the parasite. The story about the demons attacking the villagers must be a metaphor for the behavior of the infected villagers who were controlled by the parasite. How many times can I say parasite? This theory is too crazy. I should have just laughed about it. But I felt bad for Mio-san, so I decided not to. Hinamazawa is controlled by a parasite? You could use that theory to explain how the maggots came out of me. I felt a little bit dizzy, and I was so confused, and part of me thought that it was ridiculous, and another part of me thought it was more convincing than any curse. But Mio-san was probably erased because she wrote these scrapbooks. If so, the contents of these scrapbooks might be something they can't ignore. They tried to get all her scrapbooks and co-signed them to oblivion. What if they notice some of her scrapbooks are missing? I felt a chill run through my spine. I have to keep it a secret that I have these scrapbooks. And I'll have to try to understand more about their contents. I remember Mio-san told me that the three families are behind a series of mysterious deaths, and that they're trying to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama. According to the theory I just read, the parasite must be trying to maintain the current environment of Hinamazawa. The healthiest environment for it is a completely closed village, like the one of primitive Onigafuchi. It must be very comfortable for the parasite if no hosts go outside of the village. They don't even like it when the villagers often leave the village to go shopping. That means the parasite would try to goad the host into resurrecting the cult of Oyashiro-sama. I remember there was an article in the scrapbook saying that the demon's blood runs the thickest in the three families. That would mean that they have the largest amount of parasites in them than the other villagers, and they're under its control. The three families seem to be planning to bring the village back to the Onagafuchi era. Reviving the Watanagashi festival after the dam conflict can be interpreted as their desire to revive the faith that started to fade away in the Meiji era. Three families, especially the Sonozaki family, have great influence over the region and public organizations. What's going on here? I thought this would be a poorly written theory, but the pieces fit together one after another. I've never played a jigsaw puzzle as crazy as this. I felt my brain swirling to this absurd theory. Part of me thought that this was ridiculous, and another part of me thought I might be able to expose an unbelievable truth. When I tried to look into the center of it, I felt as if I was going to fall into a whirlpool and drown. Hi, Soul! Welcome back! I'll have to devote myself to reading it more seriously. There must be some truth to this. It caused misfortune and made my life miserable after I moved to Ibaraki. I might be able to find the truth, including the cause of my parents' divorce and my desperate behavior. Well, I mean, the cause of your parents' divorce had nothing to do with Oyashiro-sama. That was just your parents being your parents. Right then, I heard a knock on the door all of a sudden, scaring me. I hid the scrapbook under a cushion. Reina, you have a phone call. A phone call? This late? Who is it? It's from the bookstore. Did you order some books? They said they were Oishi-san from the Okonomiya bookstore. Okay, that was a quick, halfway point. I say it's been a half an hour. I opened the windows, but they all let in the heat and the cries of the cicadas. It's too hot. It really is. It was break time between classes, but we couldn't really get any rest. Ian and I leaned on our desks, exhausted by the heat. The younger kids are so tough considering how the heat wasn't even bothering them at all. They were running around the classroom despite the temperature. Do schools in the cities have air conditioning in their classrooms? No, they don't. Only the teacher's office gets to have the air conditioning, which sadly that's true in a lot of places. Wow, that's better than nothing. If I were a student at a school like that, I'd attack the teachers and take their office. You'd be the first student to ever do that. Ha 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 ha. I didn't even have the energy to laugh. Mian and I stopped talking and use our notebooks to fan ourselves. I looked at the empty seat nearby. It was Rena's. Rena didn't come to school today. She called and told Chie-san that she couldn't come in because she's sick. Rena seems to be feeling down these days. Yeah, she probably got tired from the heat. Do you really think that's the reason? Yeah, why? I think that the incident, maybe. It's probably both that and the summer heat. I can't even imagine how distressing it was for her to commit a murder, dismember the bodies, and get caught by her friends. We took each other's hands at that place, and we united. All of us believed that we had closed the case there and regained our peace. But that was as easy for Rena as it. But was it as easy as Rena for Rena as it was for us? Brr, 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 brr. She must not have quite recovered yet. This old man thought she'd get over it if she played along with us. But I guess her pain ran deeper than I thought. What should we do? Do we cheer her up? It's best just to leave her alone, I think. Hey, are you sure about that? We're her friends, you know? Well, it's like the homesickness, you know? You get lonely and you want to call home just to hear your mom's voice, but that actually makes your homesickness worse. When you're feeling lonely, the best thing to do is to devote yourself to sports or something like that for a change. What is this, aim for the ace? I want her to do club activities with us, but she doesn't want to. I don't know about her, but people usually have a desire to depend on someone. You want to depend on somebody who supports and sympathizes with you. Haven't you ever had that experienced that feeling? When you can't stop depending on someone? When they try to cheer you up? Well, I don't know. Completely depending on someone means trying to earn an even deeper sympathy from them. At that point, even if you're just trying to comfort them, they'll just slip further and further into depression. By finding initial success through relying on someone and receiving comfort, they grow addicted to indulging in the misfortune. I think Rana knows that too. That's why she wants to be alone right now. Okay. If she wanted to depend on us or get comfort from us, all she'd have to do is stay with us and cry all the time. So how can we cheer her up? I think she'd appreciate it more if you tried to help her forget her pain than if you tried to cheer her up. Don't comfort her, and don't cheer her up. There's nothing I can do, is there? That's the golden rule for psychologists, did you know? Mental trauma can only be healed by the person who has it. If someone else helps a person out of their mental trauma, even if they succeed, that person wouldn't be completely healed. So all we can do now is wait until Rana heals on her own. I understand the idea, but I just don't like how cold it sounds. I clasped my hands behind the back of my head, looking at the ceiling. Leon laughed. Rana will be fine as long as she has someone like you to worry about her. I'm sure she could pull herself together. So all I need to do is be close to her? I don't know about that. There's something you can do, Keiichi. Rika-chan spoke up. I wonder how long she'd been listening to our conversation. What is it? You can listen to her when she wants to talk to somebody. Is that all? I just listen and I don't need to make her feel better? Kei-chan, people feel better just by talking to somebody. Sometimes all they need is for someone who does nothing but listen quietly. Just like me said. I think it's important for us as her friends to be there for her when she wants to talk to somebody. Mion and Rika-chan were absolutely right. I was going to pet Rena on her shoulder and tell her to cheer up when I saw her next, but now I know that would have been one-sided on my part. Rena doesn't want to feel down herself. She wants to cheer up, if at all possible. If I cheered her up irresponsibly, She'd be very disappointed because she'd think that I didn't understand her pain. You're right. I guess I wasn't even trying to understand how she felt. I wanted to cheer her up, but now I know that's not what I want to do, not what she wants me to do. Thanks, you two. Gonna just reposition myself a little bit. Take a sip. Thank you. I think I finally understand. On that day, I thought I cheered her up. But I started to doubt if I'd reached her heart. I might have just been dragging her someplace where I wanted her to go. I wasn't on her side in the real sense of the term. That's okay. We'll do it. I'll do it for you. Oh, there you go. All of a sudden, Rika-chan patted my head. Don't worry. We all know that you're on her side. What? What? Did I say something out loud again? It did reach her heart. Kei-chan, you really did give her great strength on that day. Well, now that I think about it, what you said on that day was more than a little theatrical. Hehehe. We heard footsteps from the hallway and everybody started to head back to their desks. Take your seats, everybody. President, if you would. All rise. We didn't have club meeting that day because Rana wasn't around. That worked out for me. Because I had an errand to run. It wasn't a big errand. My mom wanted me to use her point card to get some detergent. I didn't see the point of going all the way to the store just to get detergent, but my mom told me to go because she was busy helping my dad with his work. I started walking towards the shopping center. I noticed someone was watching me, hiding behind a distant tree. I wonder who could do such a mischievous thing. I stared at them to find out who it was, at which point they emerged. Oh, Rena! Are you feeling better now? I was about to say that, but I swallowed the words. Somehow Rena looked very serious. What's going on? Shh. Rena put her index finger to her lips and told me to be quiet and looked around carefully and beckoned me to come over. I had no idea what was going on, but I followed her instructions, shut my mouth, and ran to her. Rena gestured to me to squat down and hide in the shadow of the bush. I didn't know why I needed to do that, but I could ask her the question later. I just followed her orders for now. Rena looked like she was making sure no one was following her. If it was Mion, she'd do something like just fool me as a joke, but I knew Rena doesn't do things like this for fun. I had no idea what kind of situation I got myself into, but I could feel how tense it was. I just made myself as small as I could. Good. It's okay now. I'm sorry. The tone in her voice made me relax a little. Phew. What's going on? I think somebody has been following me. What? Who would follow her? When I thought about it, I realized how stupid the question was. Is it the police? Rina, Mamiya, and Tepe Hojo. 2 people disappeared. Even though they were awful human beings, the police had to investigate if they found out that they'd gone missing. It probably wouldn't be difficult to find that Rina had often been to Rana's house. But it should be okay. As long as they didn't find those bags, they should be okay. I don't know if it's the police or not, but I feel like someone's been watching me since the night of the Watanagashi. What do you mean? Once I asked the question, Rina stared directly at me with a blank expression. Her eyes looked as though they were evaluating me. She stares at me as if she was assessing whether I was worth talking to or about something very important. Rena squeezed her own wrist tightly and started talking in a whisper. I could tell you what's going on, but can you keep it a secret? Yeah, of course I can. If you want me to keep it a secret, I won't tell anybody. Okay. I trust you. She smiled and looked around one more time. They might be looking for Mio-san's scrapbooks. Mio-san? Oh, the nurse, Takano-san? What about her scrapbooks? The police are keeping the investigation under wraps, so I'm sure you don't know. Mio Takano-san was murdered. What? When? She told me to be quiet again. I lowered my voice and let her continue. On the night of the Wat Nagashi, we met Mio-san and Tomitake-san, didn't we? They were attacked right after that. Tomitake-san was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. He clawed out his own throat and died. Mio-san was burned to death in the mountains of the Gifu Prefecture. Okay. So she had that death again. Is that true? I mean, nobody told me about that. I know. That's because the police haven't disclosed their investigation. These cases mark the 5th year of the series of mysterious deaths. So the police have decided not to go public yet. I see. I understand why the police are keeping quiet about it, but then where did you hear this? Can you keep it a secret? I've been in contact with Oishi-san. He's a detective from the Okonomiya Police Department. He told me about the case. Why did he tell you? I don't know. He said he told me because he could trust me. I was dumbfounded to hear this. But I knew she wasn't lying. If it was Mion, she'd be sticking her tongue out by now, but Rena wouldn't make a joke out of something like this. I think the reason why Mio-san is murdered is because of her research. Do you know she was doing ethological research by studying the history of this village? I've heard something along those lines. Takano-san was interested in the occult and in mysterious things. I remember Mion told me once that she was studying the village's legends of man-eating demons out of curiosity. I think she discovered a very important secret about the village through her studies. Or maybe she wasn't even close to the truth, but they thought she was. Wait a second. What's the secret of the village you're talking about? I just read a few of her scrapbooks. But those were the ones where she was handling them with extra caution, so I think there are pretty important things written in them. I think I know about 80% of what Mio-san is trying to uncover. If it's true, it's almost too crazy to believe. Right now, I'm trying to find out whether Mio-san's theory is right or not. So, what is it? What's the secret of this village? What could have been so important that you might get killed just by knowing about it? I gasped the moment those words left my mouth. If Rana told me, I might get killed soon. I don't want to tell you yet. But I promise I will once I verify things. Because it's really crazy. Too crazy to be true. What do you mean you have to verify things? For example, I myself serve as verification that the maggot disease can occur without any background knowledge, but there are a lot of things I still need to verify. They sound too crazy to be true, and I can hardly believe them if I don't verify that they are. Maggots? I was totally lost now, and I wanted to ask her some questions, but I decided not to cut in. It was so hot outside. Rena held her arms as if she was cold. Rena, I'm always on your side. You can trust me. Thank you. I really appreciate it. From her expression alone, I could tell she really meant it. I could also tell that she was involved in something very big and that she felt lonely because she couldn't tell anyone else about it. I had to be on her side while she was going through a difficult time. You shouldn't tell anybody that you met me here today. They might try to hurt you if they found out. Okay. Isn't there anything I can do to help? Not right now. But it's very reassuring that I can ask you for help when I need it. I'll depend on you someday. Yeah, anytime. Shh, the car's coming. Rana pushed my head into the bush. I went along with it and crouched down even lower in the bushes. We stayed quiet for a while. I could hear a car coming closer, and after a while the white van passed by. Okay. I was surprised at hearing her. Or at her hearing. She heard the car coming when it was still far off in the distance. Did you see the license plate number? What? No, I'm sorry. I didn't. I couldn't either, but I think it's the same car I saw earlier. Are they the ones following you? I think so. It passed by me many times today on the street, where nobody usually drives. I hit every time, but it's strange. Are they the ones? Are they the ones who killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Are they looking for the scrapbooks you have? Most likely, yes. I don't blame her for not being able to believe what's going on because this is really crazy. Takano-san uncovered something really significant through her studies. The people who want that information hidden found out about it, and they killed her on the night of the Watanagashi, copying the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They looked through the scrapbook to the fruits of her research, and Rena has them. That's why they're trying to kill Rena? What about your house? It's safe there. I hid the scrapbooks in my secret hideout in the garbage dump. I'm worried about my father, but he'll be fine because he really doesn't know anything. Uh-huh. It's written on your face, Cage-kun. It says, I can't believe it because it sounds too crazy to be true, am I right? I wanted to deny it, but it felt bad to lie. I imagined silent affirmation, I remained in silent affirmation. Well, that's a normal reaction. I couldn't believe any of it when I first read it in the scrapbook. I finally started seeing the connection after reading all of them. I'm sorry. I do want to help you, but I just don't know how if I can't see the whole picture of what's going on. If I tell you, it might put you in danger. You're already in danger, right? I don't mind. Don't worry about me. Okay, I'll tell you then. It's probably the three families who killed Mio-san and Tomitake-san. To be more specific, it's the Sonozaki family, Michan's family. Why? You know about the series of mysterious deaths, right? Of course. The traders of the dam conflict die every year, right? The series of mysterious deaths is like a resolution for the dam conflict. They're trying to end the dam conflict in the truest sense of the term by erasing people who betrayed the village. It does look like that in a way. Nobody really says this out loud, but everybody is suspicious that the Sonozaki family is behind it. That's what I've heard. But if they really wanted to erase the traitors, they wouldn't have to do it on the night of the Watanagashi. Why don't they kill them all at once instead of killing them one by one, using the curse and demoning them away every year? Wouldn't that make more sense? I've heard the words demoning away before, but Rana clearly thought it had some kind of creepy significant meaning, so I decided not to cut in. That means they're using the series of mysterious deaths in order to resurrect the sacredness of the Watanagashi festival. Step by step, they're reviving the sacred nature of the Onagafachi that was lost in the Meiji era. Their goal is to revive the level of belief in Oyashiro-sama that used to exist in primitive times. Belief in Oyashiro-sama? Are you talking about the Furude Shrine? Yes. Do you think people revere the Furude Shrine now? Older people respect the shrine, but that's it. Kids think of it as a place to play, and most of the villagers think of it as a place to gather for local events. Its sacredness has been lost. But with the dam conflict, it started to revive. And they took it as a good opportunity to bring back the cult of Oyashiro-sama. So you're saying that some fanatical Oyashiro-sama worshippers are behind all this? That's what I'm saying. The cult of Oyashiro-sama is managed by the three families to begin with. The three families passed down their ultimate goal of reviving the cult of Oyashiro-sama down to the present generation. When you think about it, you'll understand why the three families took the initiative of uniting the villagers during the dam conflict, and why they set up the Onagafuchi Guardian's office in the Furude Shrine, citing Oyashiro-sama, who was almost forgotten about at the time. So the three families, the fanatical Oyashiro-sama worshippers, orchestrated the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamazawa. But wait, why would they kill Takano-san? Because she discovered the important secret of the village. The three families have been hiding it since the era of the Onagafuchi. If that's the secret is revealed, the sacredness of Oyashiro-sama will be lost. They found out that Mio-san was getting close to the secret, and that's why they killed her. What's the important secret? I don't care if I put myself in danger. I need to know. I don't want to tell you yet. I don't want to tell you until I'm 100% sure about it. I'm pretty sure that right now you just laugh. Hey, do you think I'm that kind of guy? I just need a little more time. I can accept the truth myself because I know it sounds impossible. Or I can't accept it. So I need some time. Please. I understand. Don't tell anybody about what we talked about today. Not even Mi-chan, Rika-chan, or Satoko-chan. Okay. Well, you should go now. I'll take a look around for a while before I go home. I can't be too careful anymore. Rena ducked low in the bushes and moved away. I was left alone there. Cries of the cicadas surrounded around me, making it seem as if I was alone the whole time. I started walking, still dumbfounded. In the end, Rena didn't tell me the secret because she was afraid of putting me in danger. But she told me clearly that there are people who want to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama. And they're saying among the three families that they're among the three families that control the entire village. They orchestrated the series of mysterious deaths for that purpose, and they killed Takano-san because they got too close to the secret they wanted to hide. Rena met Takano-san and happened to obtain the scrapbooks in which Takano-san wrote about her research. Rena still can't believe the secret written in those scrapbooks because it's just too crazy. Hey. Come on, Rena. You're kidding me, right? It's like one of those comic book stories. A mysterious occult group, is plotting a conspiracy? It's not even funny, even if it's a joke. Uh-oh, he's starting to get paranoid. Rena is right about one thing. Even if it's true, it's really hard to believe. I understand why Rena wanted to wait and tell me the secret. Maybe she's just fooled by Takano-san. But Takano-san was murdered for real. So it's also true that somebody's following Rena, looking for the scrapbooks? I remember, Rena said that a white van was following her. You can see white vans anywhere. But there are a lot in this village alone. She might just be oversensitive to everything right now. Rena hasn't recovered from the shock since that day. That's probably why she got the idea in her head that the police or someone else is coming after her. I didn't cut in while she was talking. I think I did the right thing. If I had said that was ridiculous or something to her face, Rena would have never trusted me again. At that point, however, I gasped. A white van was parked to the side of the street. I wasn't sure if this was the same car that had passed by earlier, since I didn't see the plate number. But the number of people in the car and the ambience of it was similar to the one earlier. There's one other thing that looks suspicious about it. There was no reason to park here. It was on a small road in the middle of the woods. There's nothing around here. No traffic lights, no vending machines, no public phones. I probably wouldn't notice under ordinary circumstances, but I felt something was wrong. And once I noticed how odd it was definitely suspicious. There were 4 men in work uniforms in the white van. The driver was smoking a cigarette, but the other men were just sitting there doing nothing. They wanted to take a break or have a smoke. They could have chosen a better place than here. It was possible that they stopped because they had to go to the bathroom really badly, but it didn't seem that way either. They didn't look comfortable or relaxed like they would if they were taking a break. They looked like they were waiting for something to happen. There was a deep tension in that car. Could they possibly be waiting for Rena? No way. I didn't see anybody walking around here. This road is a back road, and nobody really uses this road, let alone by car. But it's impossible. I felt bad for Rena to even think about it, but this must be something that she got into her head because she was feeling victimized or something. She must be imagining things because she's still nervous from when her friends caught her in the act of killing Rena and Tepe. Hey, young man. I heard somebody say that when I passed by the van. He couldn't mean me. He didn't even know who I was. So I assumed he was talking to one of the other people in the car. I pretended I didn't hear him and kept walking by, then he said it again. Will do, thank you, Winter. And honked the horn as well. Hey, young man, excuse me. Are you on your way home from school? He had a strong accent similar to that of the older villagers. He must live here, but I didn't know him. I could tell he didn't know me either because he didn't call me by name. Yes, I am. You've been walking on this road all the way from school, right? You turned the corner where the stationery store is, right? Yes. So? They were probably lost, I thought. This village has many small turns, and you can easily get lost when you're trying to take a shortcut. So they must have been waiting for somebody to ask directions. But then he said something disturbing. Young man, didn't you see a girl on the way here? Huh? What? A girl with a white hat and white clothes? With a purple ribbon on it? Did you see her? They were definitely talking about Rena. No, I didn't. I wasn't ready to hear them ask that. Rather, I was scared. That's why my voice got all shaky. Up until that point, I couldn't believe Rena's story. I thought it was ridiculous. I actually laughed, if only to myself. That's why I wasn't ready at all. My heart was beating fast, and I was sweating all over. I immediately answered no, I didn't, but it might have sounded like an obvious lie. The driver stared into my eyes. He looked like he was trying to figure out if I was lying or not, and my legs started to shake. I felt like a frog under the glare of a snake, and I couldn't move a muscle for a while. But I think the same thing went for those men, too. They were clearly a suspicious group, and they had just asked a villager about a girl out of the blue. Anybody would get suspicious. And I was right. The men broke the ice and started making excuses before I even asked them why they wanted to know about the girl. Well, I was asking for no particular reason. We just passed by a girl earlier, but you're a boy, so we were just wondering. Oh, okay. Please forget it. Sorry for the trouble, young man. We're off. The men started the engines and drove away. After they left, I saw nothing. That's right, nothing. There's no reason why they had to park here. So, were they really waiting for Rena? So that should be the end of the chapter? Question mark? Yeah, okay. Lunch takeout list 2. Great. So we'll do one more chapter. Mystery Machine. Because, yeah, I think I've got enough energy in me to do one more chapter. Lunch takeout list 2. Furthermore, it's important that we closely monitor her father. Since he had also suffered mental shock from the divorce and has been trying hard to take care of the patient, there's a strong possibility that he may develop an induced delusional disorder. Again, take all the medical knowledge of this game with a grain of salt. As the first step to mental care, one should listen to the patient's story carefully without denying it. That's the most basic of basics. However, when the patient and the listener are related, it is easier for the listener to become deeply influenced by the patient's delusions. Additionally, delusional paratosis, which is known to make people highly impressionable, and the influence of someone can spread throughout the whole community. Therefore, even if several people claim to acquire a parasitic infection, it doesn't necessarily prove the existence of a parasite. Some of the phone calls to the healthcare centers for the examination of pests are nothing but mass delusion. Since the subject matter of the delusion in this case is extremely rabid, the patients might harm or even kill each other in abnormal ways, believing this to be the treatment of the disease. They might also give up hope and commit suicide together in the worst case. This influential delusion disorder, otherwise known as shared psychotic disorder, shows a particularly strong possibility of influencing close companions. Anyone who is going to contact the patient must be made to understand that the patients are under medical treatment and must be warned not to be influenced by the patient's delusions. Individuals who are likely to be influenced are the patient's family members and people who deeply care about the patient, such as boyfriends or girlfriends. And there was no lunch list. There was no food. Okay, we'll save it. Yep, into chapter 8. Let's try to do one more. I should apologize, Rena. I don't think I believed you. I'm really sorry about that. It's okay, Keiichi-kun. I'm just glad we didn't get caught. Who are they? Are they pawns of those religious fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama? I think they don't realize that they're pawns. Hold on, I'm gonna get a wrist brace. Here, we're just gonna BRB real quick. There we go, that's better. Let's help it relax a little bit. I don't think they realize that they're pawns. But I'm sure the masterminds are using them as such.
Thank you.
They must be the ones who have been pulling the strings behind the scenes ever since the dam conflict. I heard that the people working for the Sonozaki family did something similar during the dam conflict itself. Yeah. Everyone knows that. Oishi-san told me that. There was a kidnapping incident during the dam conflict. The case hasn't been disclosed to the public, but anyway, someone kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and coerced the minister into promising to put a halt to the dam construction. The grandson of the minister was kidnapped? Hey, I've never heard about that before. That's what they mean when they kept it under wraps, Keiichi. The minister submitted to their demands and they made a deal behind the scenes. That's why the incident never went public. Oishi-san only knows about it because he was in charge of the case. Okay. And? According to Oishi-san, between the kidnapping of the minister's grandson and blackmailing him, their tactics were frighteningly advanced. The police knew that the Sonozaki family gave the orders to the kidnappers, but the case still remains unsolved. At the time, the head of the Sonozaki family, Oryu, had announced a plan to fight against the dam project by force. She even formed a special attack corps using Yakuza groups that's under the Sonozaki's family's command. She was very serious about the plan to put the Ministry of Construction down by brute force if she couldn't stop the construction. Everyone knows that the Sonozaki family had tried to stop the dam project, even if it meant breaking the law. So I wasn't surprised to hear that she had a dangerous plan like that. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mion who came up with the idea. The plan sounded just like her. In the end, the plan ended up as nothing more than that, but the Special Attack Corps did actually undergo training at a very high-level training at that. Oishi had uncovered the information right after the dam conflict ended. At the time, Oryu even said that the village was going to be submerged. All the members of the Onagafuchi Guardians who chose to stay in their houses and drown, or would choose to stay in their houses and drown. So because Oryu was behind those things, I couldn't just laugh it off the idea of an armed assault on the Ministry of Construction. According to the information Oishi seized, she'd planned the suicide mission as a last resort when the dam conflict started to heat up, in case their resistance wasn't successful. She had actually obtained weapons and put people through the training all for the sake of that plan. The Special Attack Corps were flown to America, having received a huge amount of money from Oryu for the operation. In the southern desert of the United States, because it's always the United States, some retired military soldiers gave them highly professional training. While the plan was never carried out, the Special Attack Corps became a death squad under the direct control of Oryu. After they came back from America, they were involved in many unsolved terrorist incidents, and they succeeded in kidnapping the grandson of the minister as well. Hi, Punch! How you doing? Good to see you! And yes, I did actually wave at the screen. I always wave at the screen. I'm doing alright. We've made some good progress today. I do believe I am now over halfway through Arc 6, which is pretty cool. It sounds like it's from a movie or something. Do you remember how Mi-chan said she could do anything from flying helicopters to using wireless radios? I don't remember her ever saying that, but okay, Mion. It's actually true. It seems like Mi-chan joined in their training. So that was all true? Well, let's put that aside for now. But enough about that. Anyway, you have to at least believe that the death squad actually exists in Hinamazawa, and they're capable of kidnapping the grandson of a government minister. I didn't take a close look at the 4 men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. They were pretending to just be taking a break, but I could tell that they were tense the whole time. So, are they really trying to kill you? I don't think so. If they really wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already. So, what do they want? Are they after Takano-san's scrapbooks? Like you saw yourself, the group is very cautious. Unless we show them an opening, they won't resort to force. If they were the type to use force outright, they could have attacked me in my sleep. They haven't done that yet, so that must mean they're taking it cautiously. They're probably not sure if I have the scrapbooks. They killed Mio-san and tried to dispose of them. But they found out that the most important ones were missing. They thought she gave them to someone because she knew that her life was in danger. Now they think I'm the one who has them. But they're not sure, so they can't resort to violence. Rena, it sounds like you're playing a dangerous game. Yeah, I'm a bit scared. But they won't be able to erase me so easily. After all, I'm cooperating with Oishi-san. I've been frequently contacting him in case something happens. What did he say about them? He said to keep an eye on the Sonozaki family so that he could catch them right away if they were working behind the scenes. Did you tell him about the scrapbooks? No, I didn't. I think you should. He's an officer. I'm sure the police will help you. Keiichi-kun, I can't even tell you the secret of the village because I'm not sure you would believe me. I don't think Oishi-san would believe me if I would told him any of this. Rena, let's not make it more confusing than it already is. Too late, bucko! Just tell me. What is it? What's written in those scrapbooks? What's the secret that killed Mio-san? Simply put, if there's things written in the scrapbooks that are true, the god they worship will be dethroned. Their god? Dethroned? Yes. The sanctity of Oyashiro-sama will be lost. That's why they want to conceal the truth. They want to resurrect people's belief in Oyashiro-sama. Rena, can you explain it a little more simply than that? I'm confused. In other words, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god. He isn't? I had no idea what she read made her so certain, but whatever it was, it'd be sacrilegious for people who believed so strongly in Oyashiro-sama. There are many teachings of Oyashiro-sama, but the essence is as follows. Don't leave the village, and don't let anybody into the village. One could even say the rest of his teachings were developed to maintain those two fundamentals. It really wasn't until later on that they added aspects like love your neighbor or viewing him as a god of marriage and domestic prosperity. In other words, Oyashiro-sama existed solely to stop the villagers from going outside the village. Oyashiro-sama doesn't bless the villagers or protect them from disasters. The people believe that Oyashiro-sama does all that for them, but the truth is, the people abused his name for that purpose. Generation after generation, nothing more than that. Why does Oyashiro-sama descend in the first place? Because demons came out of the Onagafuchi swamp and attacked people. In fact, that was the wrong interpretation. Demons didn't come out of the swamp and attack people. People became demons and attacked others when they were possessed by whatever came out of the swamp. Ah, will do. Thank you, Saul. Whatever came out of the swamp? What do you mean by that? Whatever came out of the swamp possesses people, crawled into their bodies, controlled them, and turned them into demons. People had no resistance against whatever it was that came out of the swamp. They became demons and attacked the other villagers and turned them into demons as well. That's right. It was a weird infectious disease that broke out from the swamp. It made infected people go out of control. The villagers saw the disease and explained it like so. Evil demons came out at the bottom of the swamp, possessed people, and turned them into demons as well. That was the truth of the story behind the demons that came out of Onagafuchi Swamp. It actually explains the legend. So it was Oyashiro-sama, a doctor, who came from a foreign country?
No!
Good. Yes. That's not exactly correct, but he was something like that.
Yay!
The legend of the infectious disease of Zelda. He came to Onagafuchi, and he treated the infectious disease. But he couldn't cure it for good. All of his treatment could do was reduce the symptoms of the infection. Villagers could use their symptoms could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasite that had infested them. After a while, the villagers were divided into two groups. One group was made up of the people who were already infected, and the other consisted of the people who weren't. Without a cure for the disease, the uninfected looked down on the people who could only suppress their violent symptoms. They even talked about drowning them in the swamp. Exactly. But they knew the killing of the infected people wouldn't solve the problem. The parasites came out of the water source, including Onagafuchi Swamp. They couldn't fill them all in. If they did that, they would lose their access to drinking water. They could have chosen to leave the village, but that was hard for them, for that was the location of their ancestors' graves. We are going with the scientific explanation as to what could be going on. Under the power of Oyashiro-sama, infected people could live without showing symptoms. So, both those who were infected and those who weren't decided to live together equally and to coexist with the parasite. Oyashiro-sama was impressed by the villagers' decision. He decided to stay there and to continue to treat them. That's the true identity of Oyashiro-sama, the benefactor who stayed in the village to protect the lives of both humans and demon. That's right. And Oyashiro-sama made the rules in order to ensure the symptoms of the infected people would remain suppressed. The rules were that to never leave the village and to never let anybody into the village. I understand why he didn't want anybody new in the village. It was to prevent the parasite from infecting anyone else. But I don't understand why he didn't want people to leave. It seems like the parasite can only live in Hinamizawa because of the climate here. It causes an outbreak of symptoms in order to prevent the host from leaving the village when they try. That reaction is the truth behind the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The strongest symptoms of the infectious disease was violence and delirium. The infected people acted just like demons, and the impact of seeing them in the throes of the disease was strong enough to make the others describe them as such. They couldn't even let people leave who had just come to the village.
Thank you for the follow, Amin1412. I hope you're not a bot. I always gotta be a little bit cautious.
Nice! Okay, you're a fan. Very cool. Yes, welcome in. Now that I know you're a real person and a fan of this franchise, welcome in.
If they had left after being infected, they might go crazy in a faraway land, turn into a vicious demon, and cause a disaster.
Welcome to my community. We're all goobers here. Infected people were never allowed to leave. When the infected person left the village, they brought him back by any means necessary. That was what it really meant to be demoned away. Wait a second, Rana. That means everybody in this village, including you and I, are infected. But nothing happens when we leave Hinamizawa. In fact, many villagers move far away after getting married or something. I've never heard any villagers who went crazy and turned into a demon after they left Hinamizawa. You're right. That's because things went as Oyashiro-sama thought they would. Do you understand? He isolated the village for a long time in order to weaken the power of the parasite. Hosts are very important for parasites. If something were to happen to the host, the parasites that live in the host have to share the same fate. In other words, if the host went crazy and attacked people, the host would be captured and killed, which means that the parasite would die with the host too. I love that emote, it's so good. 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 I mean, you're not wrong. That is, in fact, my adorable cat friend. Whom I appreciate very much. I see. You're talking about natural selection. Good thinking, Keiichi-kun. That's exactly right. As a result of living in this village under such strict rules for a long time, people who were hypersensitive to the parasite went crazy and got killed. The strong parasites that made the infected people go crazy were also killed off due to the host's violent behavior. Fine, if you insist, I'll let you have that, but only this one time. Because I'm allowed to adore you. As a result, only the parasites that act nice to people live on. You're happy for the one out. And that's the explanation behind the mix of humans and demon's blood written in the legends of Oyashiro-sama. So, that means the parasite is almost harmless now? Yes. According to Mio-san's scrapbook, there are actually many people who are infected by harmless parasites. It depends on the local food culture. For example, 80% of the people who live in a country where meat is a staple food are infected by parasites. Because parasites coexist with humans without doing any harm to them, nobody notices them, or treats them, or tries to get rid of them. I see. In olden times, what Nagashi was called— oh boy, here we go. Let's go Japanese. Harawata Nagashi. Harawata meaning guts. It said that people— whoop! Yes! Initial D card time! But enough about that. It said that people went back then used to eat the guts of the infected people who went crazy. It sounds awful, but that's something that's hard to do. Or it's something they had to do. Oh, that's so good. That Undertale emote. Eating the infected people. Are you talking about a vaccine? You're very smart, Keiichi-kun. Mio-san also interpreted it just like you did. In the legend, it says that people cut open and ate the infected ones alive, but that actually wasn't anything gross like that. They did it in a scientific way. We're doing it for science! They created a vaccine from the infected people who died of the extremely strong parasites, and that helped the uninfected villagers boost their immune system. I am losing words. Who was Oyashiro-sama? Yes, doing it for science? A scientist? He must have been from a very advanced country. Was he German? Is that the true identity of Oyashiro-sama as a foreign doctor who survived a shipwreck? I think that'd be the most likely answer. He wasn't German, but he was a doctor of some sort. It's kind of interesting to reveal the truth behind the old legends. Hee hee hee. I don't think that Rena's story is too crazy to be true anymore. It still sounds crazy, but of course, I've never heard any of the theories that explain the legend of this village better than this one. I'm infected by a parasite too, right? I feel itchy all over right now. Please calm down your paranoia. A person is like a universe. We have countless numbers of bacteria in our bodies. Some of those bacteria are essential for us to stay alive. Oh, like the bacteria in yogurt, right? I see. This is also what Mio-san wrote in her scrapbooks. You know termites, right? They eat wood. But they actually can't digest it themselves. They have a unique bacteria that decomposes the wood fibers. As a result, termites can absorb what they eat. That's just one example of a species coexisting with parasites. I didn't know that. When I hear the word parasites, I feel creeped out, almost instinctively. But now I see some of them aren't as bad for us. So the weird infectious disease that broke out from the Onagafuchi swamp has been exterminated by now. Well, I shouldn't say exterminated. I should say it's harmless now. I thought it was a crazy story at first. But now I feel like I just saw a tick from behind some saw that trick behind some crazy sort of magic. It's interesting. Words. It is to us. But for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, this must be a very annoying theory. Of course. If Takano-san's theory is correct, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god. And the punishment of that god, namely the curse of Oyashiro-sama that people have been so afraid of, will turn out to have just been the symptoms of an infectious disease. Oh, you'll know if I jump. You will absolutely know if I jump. That's what dethroning the god would mean, but that's part of the reason why I don't have loud sound alerts. I jump at everything. So the pathogen for the infectious disease was identified and announced to the public. The power of Oyashiro-sama would be completely lost? That's right. That's what they're afraid of. Mio-san is going to identify the pathogen. And for that, she was killed. So that must mean she identified it. Maybe she did. But she's gone and she didn't say anything about that in the scrapbooks. That's the only reason I can think of, though. But it's the end of the 20th century. I'm sure the villagers have been examined by a lot of different medical institutions by now, right? I've never heard about anyone discovering a weird parasite like that. I know. It's true that the pathogen hasn't been found yet. But the fact is, there is evidence that there is some kind of parasite involved. What? Really? When a parasite enters the human body, the body's immune system cells... Oh no, science words. Eosinophilus and Marcophagus try to kill the parasite. They secrete an antibody called... Oh no. Hemoglobin E. IgE. The most common way of checking if a person is infected by a pathogen is to look at the levels of this secretion. According to Takano's research, people of the Hinamazawa have a very high level of IgE in their blood. That's not all. They also have obvious symptoms of being infected by parasites. They don't have any allergies. IgE stimulates mast cells, and they secrete histamines and serotonin as a result. These cause an allergic reaction. That allergic reaction isn't pleasant for humans, but it's necessary for the body to kill the pathogen. But the parasites don't want to be killed, of course, so they secrete substances that counter the IgE. As a result, the IgE stops stimulating the receptors of the mast cells, which stops secreting of the chemical compounds. As a result, the antigen-antibody reaction, namely the allergic reaction, doesn't occur. In other words, the human body was infected by a parasite.
Dr. Wowie.
Yes! We'll get back to Mega Man for Dr. Wowie. And parasite high levels of IgE, but doesn't display allergic reactions. For your information, a human body that's infected with a parasite doesn't suffer from hay fever. You get hay fever due to your body secreting a large amount of IgE because it's mistaken pollen for a parasitic invasion. As a result, a large amount of stimulants like histamine will be secreted in your body and can't contain the parasite that it's attempting to kill. That's why your body continues to secrete IgE. As a result, the stimulants keep causing allergic reactions. That's how hay fever works. Sounds like it sucks. If you have a parasite in your body, it's all deactivated through your IgE and suppresses the secretion of the stimulants. As a result, you don't have an allergic reaction. What does it mean that I'm not allergic to anything that I know of? In other words, there's no hay fever in Hinamizawa, and you can cure your hay fever by moving here. So we haven't been able to identify the pathogen, but there's no question about its existence? Yes, that's right. If that's true, the scrapbook is a big threat to the believers in Oyashiro-sama. They don't identify the pathogen, but they clearly prove its existence. Yeah. That poses a big enough danger for them to make them think it's worth killing Mio-san. This really is a scary secret. I believe it's because you took the time to explain it to me, but if you had skipped the details and told me only the conclusion, it really would have sounded too crazy to believe. I told you! I couldn't believe it at first either, so I thought you definitely wouldn't. So, what's important right now is there's a dangerous organization acting in the shadows to try and cover up the truth, right? Yes. That's the most important thing. The fanatics who want to revive the sanctity of the god they worship. Reviving the majesty of the god means reviving the power of that god. And the power of their god is the infectious disease. This infectious disease can't spread nationwide, unlike other infectious disease. So, for now, I'm going to start calling it the endemic disease. Okay, that's at least thank you for giving me something. That fits better, since it only affects this region. Anyway, the endemic disease of current day Hinamizawa is different from that one of old times. It's been through a process of natural selection and is harmless now. In other words, it doesn't do any harm to human bodies. Unless that harm was once interpreted as a curse. A curse is the power of a god, so harmless endemic diseases means that the god is powerless. That means the only way to regain the majesty of the god is to revive the curse. In other words, they want to bring back the primitive endemic disease, namely the harmful version of the parasite. Wait a second. Those fanatics want to deny the fact that their god is actually a parasite, but you're saying they're researching the parasite? That's contradictory, isn't it? I know it is. I think that the research is a secret only to the head of the fanatics are aware of. From the outside, they look like they're praising their god, but they actually understand the true identity, and they're trying to revive the supernatural power with their own hands. I get it now. Oh my god, this is getting crazier and crazier. It didn't say in the scrapbook, but I'm suspicious of the clinic the manager owns. The Irie Clinic? Why? The facility is too big and fancy for Hinamizawa. Yao-san was working there. The manager might be a bacteriologist of the Sonozaki family recruited. It can't be. I think Mio-san was murdered because she knew too much. The reason why the manager hasn't been murdered yet is because he's working for the fanatics in the first place. And he's researching the primitive form of the endemic disease? It's hard to believe that the coach we know is capable of doing things like that. I'm sorry. He might be totally irrelevant. That's just a wild guess. But someone is doing the research somewhere, that much is certain. And after 5 years, the research has finally been completed. The first case was the dismemberment murder by the damn construction workers. Their quarrel had turned into a lynching. They might have had a primitive infectious disease, and the Simpsons have nothing to do with this. The symptoms of the aggression and delirium might have kicked in. The victims of the second year were Satoko's parents. There were no witnesses, so the whole event is veiled in mystery, but there's a theory that someone might have pushed them over a cliff, since the fence of the observation deck from where they fell from was quite sturdy. What if one of them was infected by the primitive parasite? He or she might have become violent and pushed the other over the cliff. The Shinto priest died from a disease, and his wife drowned herself in the third year. He might have died of shock because of a hypersensitive reaction to the infection. His wife might have gone crazy and committed suicide when one of the symptoms, delirium, kicked in. In the fourth year, Satoshi Hojo's aunt was beaten to death, probably by Satoshi himself. Everybody who knew Satoshi could remember how he changed at that time. He showed signs of being both aggressive and delirious. And the fifth year, for the first time in 5 years, the victim experienced the maggot disease described in the old scroll in the Furude Shrine. The reason behind that isn't clear, but the stronger primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. This means that they finally managed to duplicate the curse of Oyashiro-sama. After 5 years of research. Tomitake-san is the victim of the 5th year. He died in an extremely abnormal way. I'm the only one who understands his death, because I experienced the same thing. Gonna take a drink. 'Cause, yeah, this is getting to be a wall of scientific text. He kept clawing at his throat, trying to get rid of the maggots, and died as a result. With all that explained, I finally understand the maggot disease I experienced in Ibaraki. I left Hinamizawa, and it made the parasite in me uncomfortable. As a result, I tried to resist, even though I wasn't very strong, and it tried to make me homesick. With my parents' divorce, I grew mentally unbalanced and completely lost the power to resist for that period of time. The parasite was weak and harmless, but my mental instability allowed it to worsen my symptoms dramatically. As a result, I went crazy and became violent. The delusion of Oyashiro-sama appeared to me in the bathroom was probably the terminal phase of my delirium. I created the supernatural existence Oyashiro-sama that I was instilled with when I was little. Then I persuaded myself to go back to Hinamizawa based on that delusion. Some of the transcendents of Onigafuchi must have had the same kind of experience. They must have passed their experience down to the acts of God. I remember once I saw on TV that the indigenous people of South America used some kind of natural drug in order to have a mythical experience, and that they called it a ritual to communicate with their gods. So, what the fanatics are trying to do is to spread the primitive parasite throughout Hinamizawa? I think that's their goal. But I don't think they'll do it without letting people know about it. Religions need ceremonies. So if they created what they wanted to create, and they decided to spread it, I think they'd name it the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival or something, and they'd perform some kind of ceremony. It would be a celebration of the revival of Oyashiro-sama. That's a bad thing, isn't it? I think you can say that, because they're trying to spread a very dangerous pathogen. Hey, isn't that bioterrorism? Jeez, this is very bad. They used it on Tomitake-san, confirming that they succeeded in duplicating the curse of Oyashiro-sama, so the day of revival might be really soon. I don't know. It could happen in a few days, or it might take a year. Or it could take, 3 days? This is way out of your league, Rana. This is a very serious conspiracy. There's nothing we alone can do to stop them. We have to report it to the police. Do you think they'll believe us? It's their choice whether they believe us or not. No matter what, we have to tell them. Keiichi-kun, telling Oishi-san about this means telling him that I have the scrapbooks. Do you think that it'd be a problem? Oishi-san came to me after Mio-san was murdered. When they killed Mio-san, they found out about her scrapbooks. They found her scrapbooks were missing. They also knew that she met with me at the library a few days ago. No way. You mean... Yes. Oishi-san could be one of them. It's possible that Oishi-san thinks I have the scrapbooks, and he might be trying to find out. He looked very suspicious, and seemed to me that he didn't really tell me everything he knew. He only told me things to make me suspicious of the Sonozaki family. He could have just been trying to look like he was on my side, and that he was actually their minion. Oh, that'd be hilarious. He'd hate that. But the police are our only hope. Keiichi-kun, you knew about the case from the 4th year, don't you? Satoko-chan's aunt was murdered. I believe Satoshi-kun did it, but the police figured a drug addict was the murderer. What do you think about that? Some of the fanatics are with the police, and they fabricated the murder? It's the same with the autopsy of the Shinto priest who they claimed died of the disease, and the inspection of the accident site where the Hojo couple died. If the police are on their side, that opens the doors to many perfect crimes. The 3 families have been maintaining pressure on the police since the dam conflict. You've heard from Michan that they have considerable power over many organizations in Okonomiya, right? Yes, I have. It's not only Mion who told me that. Many people did. They told me the Sonozaki family holds influence over the whole city. That's right. You can't necessarily trust the police around here. Rena, please. I want to make one thing clear before we go on. Are the Sonozaki family the masterminds behind all this? Does that mean Mion is involved too? Please tell me. I don't know if Mi-chan or Rika-chan are directly involved or not. All I can say is for sure is that the fanatics have the power to control the nerve centers of all the 3 families, including the most powerful of all, the Sonozakis. I'm not sure if the fanatics are controlling the 3 families or if the 3 families are fanatics themselves. As long as we're not sure about the involvement, it's better for us to be extra careful around them. Is that what you're saying? Yes. I'm not saying that I don't trust Mi-chan. She's usually very reliable, and I'd ask her for help with any problem, but not this one. This is a little different. I don't know if you've seen it before, but... Although Mi-chan jokes around when she's with us, she can be a very cold person when she's acting as the successor of the Sonozaki family. Plus, even if she wasn't involved, we would put her in danger if we told her about this. Welcome back from ads. If she was on our side, that'd be really encouraging. I think we should tell her. No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't tell her until we confirm she's not one of them. Sure, it'd be great if we could pull her to our side. But what if we couldn't? So how are we going to fight against them? Well, this is a battle we don't stand a chance of winning to begin with. That's why I didn't want to get you involved. Damn it. Takano-san left us with a big parting gift, didn't she? But because of that, we know about the conspiracy. I believe this is her will. 2 kids challenging the mastermind who controls the village. This is gonna be tough. Ordinary methods won't work. But Keiichi-kun, I'm glad to have you on my side. We could talk about it and plan things together. Of course. I've always been on your side. I'm your friend. I know. Thank you. You're very reassuring. 2 heads are better than 1. Yes, I agree. We have to come up with a plan now that we're going to fight against them together. I skipped school today because I wanted some time to read the scrapbooks again, but I'm going to school again tomorrow. I'm going to act normal. They might sense something is wrong with me if I act different. You should do the same, Keiichi-kun. Please be careful with Mi-chan. She's sometimes very perceptive. Okay. I'll act normal as if I know nothing. But Damn, I'm a bit scared. A huge conspiracy right around the corner, and it might be already counting down to 0. It's hard to act normal knowing that. I don't think it's gonna happen very soon. Like I said earlier, if they're really religious fanatics, they need a religious ceremony. They need the help of the whole village to hold something like that, and the Watanagashi just happened, so we're probably okay. I can't think of any other event other than the Watanagashi. So you're saying we have time at least until the next Watanagashi festival? I can't promise. But I just can't think of an event other than that. I think we have a year at least. But I also feel like we don't because of how they killed Mio-san. I might not know, but there might be a bigger religious event than Watanagashi. It might not be long until that day. The day of Yashiro-sama's revival, they're going to spread a dangerous parasite, and that day might be just around the corner. Reina? Are you still on the phone? Wrap it up soon, it's getting late. My father stuck his head out from the living room, telling me I need to hang up soon. I thought about telling him so many times. It's natural to think that your parents will be on your side no matter what. But I know just how weak it can get, so I couldn't tell him. I don't think he'd believe me anyway. Even if I told him, he'd just tell me to call the police. It's better that I don't tell him. I might get close to my father and get me. If he didn't know anything about anything, including the scrapbooks, there'd be nothing to squeeze out of him to begin with. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun. I have to go now. It's getting late. I'll see you at school. Okay, see you tomorrow. Be careful, okay? You're not an outsider anymore. Yeah, I'll be careful. I remembered the suspicious man in the white van and felt a chill run down my spine. They looked like villagers, but they weren't. They had the villagers' accent, but they were just pretending. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious they became. It let me know that Rena and I aren't safe. If Rena is right, they're just suspicious of her, and they're not sure she has the scrapbooks or not. But it's still creepy. Rena probably experienced the same creepiness I felt when I saw the van several times up until now. She must sense the danger more than I do. However, the fact that they weren't attacking, that they were merely observing us was disturbing. Yep. Good. If they attacked her, she could have done something like go to the police. But all they were doing now was just watching from a distance. She can't do anything about it. She can't talk about it to anybody about it. She probably just wanted to stay in her house all day. Only a little bit. But that did make me jump just a smidge. You get that much. They might take it as proof that she had the scrapbooks. I will say, it gets really easy to be like, oh, we're so into this reading. We have to think about how to fight against them without making it obvious. But see, that's why I won't have like a loud bang or something, because that would just be like, no. I don't mind the little jumps. I would mind if I hit the ceiling. I told myself that there was no going back, and I put the phone down. Okay. Woof. I don't think I'll be able to get through that other half, because that was long. Or are we done? Nope, other half, but we'll stop here. Because, yeah, my voice is getting tired. It's been almost 5 hours. So we... save. So we're in the middle of chapter 9. Very cool. And like I said before, I think there are 13 chapters in this, give or take. So I will be having a little bit more time in the next coming weeks. So I'm going to try to finish this up sooner rather than later. So we'll get back to this probably fairly quickly. Like within the next week or so. Probably Yeah, something like that. Okay. Anyway, thank you all for coming. That was a lovely time. I hope you all enjoyed. As we are slowly getting to the end of the Higurashi series, even though we still have 2 arcs and 2 side arcs to go. But progress is progress. All right, let's figure out who to rate today. It's lovely to see you all. So we're gonna do this raid message, I think. Okay? Okay, yes. So it should be subbed, and if you're not subbed, there we go. Let's see. Let's go with who we're following. Okay. Yeah, I think I'll go to JQ. And he is doing Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage. So I hope you all like Vocaloid music. I was torn between JQ and Koki, but I haven't rated JQ in a bit. Okay. Everybody have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you all, and I will see you all later. Bye!